Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know what time it is? It's Wednesday night, 10 p.m. We are here in the #1 show in all of Sumter County, South Carolina. We hope to expand and do a little bit better. This is the eye test. Sit back, get you something to drink or something to eat. We'll be on here as long as we're allowed to be on here to discuss tonight 2 subjects. Definitely 2 subjects we've got to discuss tonight. What happened Saturday night? What happened Sunday afternoon? Those 2 subjects we've definitely got to talk about because it was a tale of 2 cities, tale of 2 games, tale of 2 results. And both games give us pause. Both games give us questions that we do need to ask, things that we need to consider moving forward. I hope to be joined by my people that normally come in, and they're going to have to do a yeoman's job tonight because I'm hurting a little bit. But I will be here, and somebody's going to make me forget about the pain I'm in, and I'm just going and just start talking. See, Winston is here, and he's sharing the show. Thank you, Winston. That's my partner. That music right there makes me want a doggone enchilada and a 24-ounce frozen Texas margarita. I could definitely use one, but they say deliver. The Atlanta Hawks at this particular time, this is their first game of the year. They're playing the Brooklyn Nets. They're leading, and I've got a lot of questions about them. If we have time, we'll get to them. He has come in and sounded the rallying cry, rise up. And ladies and gentlemen, one thing that I demand from people who say rise up, and I definitely demand it from the team I support, is that the team rise up. Why the hell the fans gonna rise up if the team don't rise up? And this past Sunday, it looked like they didn't take their Viagra. No, don't look like they can rise up by themselves. I'm just gonna leave it like that. Welcoming to the dais, Mr. Winston Thornton, partner in crime, man about Virginia. Oh, he looking like he just wait. What are you looking at the way?
Oh no! I was typing in no.
What? But yeah, that's Winston. And I keep forgetting to tell y'all what my name is. Well, you don't need to know it. I know about it. They don't know who I am by now. Shoot. Too bad. Because see, they have many names for me anyway. That old good for nothing, hollering, yelling son of a something. You know. And down in the lower box, we have El Jefe.
What's up, gentlemen?
Huey Stinson. And I think I got one more guest back in the background that's waiting to come in. And that's my partner, my boy, Ron Thomas.
What's up?
Now, ladies and gentlemen out there in chat land, now if y'all didn't tune in last week, you don't know why these people are here this early. They hear this early for a reason. They hear this early for a reason. It's usually be about 10:30, 11 o'clock for a lot of them come in here. But right now they in for a reason, and I'm waiting for that reason to make his appearance because last week they were the first one up. They were the first one here. I know, he didn't leave the state, that, he's still on Central Time and knows what time it is. And I certainly hope that we don't have to put out no APB or no BOLO or what else is it?
The FBI and stuff.
FBI, all of the, send the dogs after him, but hey, push come to shove, that's what we got to do. That's what we got to do. Because hey, when you come in here, and see, this is one thing we tell you about this show. When you come in here talking mess, you better back it up.
Mm-hmm. I have faith in him. He said he was coming to take his walk of shame, and that after the game Saturday, he was under the influence. So,
okay.
So I have faith in him.
I don't.
All right.
Keely, you've been knowing me way too long. I don't.
What'd you say, Winston? You talked to him earlier.
I talked to him earlier.
How early? Because it's
like 1 or 2. He said he getting out of class at like 8 or something, some shit like that.
Oh yeah. Okay. This was at 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had plenty of time to run to the border. He had plenty of time to get away. So, well, at any rate, let's start. Huh? What was that?
Red has been on his head.
Oh yeah. Oh man, yeah. I thought Red probably takes some leave from work to be here early. hey, boss, can I get an hour or two? I got something I got to do. But hey, let's start with that, gentlemen. Saturday night, the Georgia Bulldogs, number 5. Oh, before I get started, Winston, you got anything, man? I'm sitting up here just talking away and everything. Keely, you or Ron got anything before I get started?
Those Texas Longhorns, they'll never talk shit to a Georgia Bulldog fans. Though you see it came right back, bite you in the ass, and you deserve it. Now you're playing hide or seek. You've been missing for 2 weeks. Now come in here and take your ass with and shut the fuck up.
And and on top of that, Ron, guess who's number 1 this week?
Yeah, I know.
You don't say.
Yeah, you know.
Guess who's number 1 this week?
I did not think Georgia was gonna leapfrog them to school. They actually came in at 2. I didn't even know.
Yeah, and we
I thought
did.
y'all would have got up to like 3.
Yeah, I didn't think they were gonna leapfrog both of them.
4.
Yeah, and because well, let me go on into it. The Bulldogs, number 5, played the Texas Longhorns, number 1, and it was touted as a heavyweight 10-round falls count anywhere in the building, no TV time limit wrestling match. It did not live up to the billing. It didn't live up to the billing. And it could have been much, much worse if we had had cooperation from one position on the football field.
The bookies got to him again.
Man, look, that Saturday night, well, I went and watched it at a bar with my neighbor, and all we were doing was cussing. That's all we were doing was just cussing. Because Beck, every time he got out there, he looked like a deer in the headlights. Now, maybe that was the way the camera caught his eyes or whatever, but he looked like he wasn't even there. He was scared. Uh-oh.
I told you I had faith that he was coming.
Hey, man.
What's up, fellas?
Cut the camera on, man. Don't be sitting up here trying to hide behind the dog. Cut the camera on.
Man, I just got from school. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
All right. I just got from school, got out of the shower and all that. Let me finish. I'll be back. But yeah, what's up, though?
We'll see what's up here in just a minute. And we were cussing. Let me get back to what we were doing. We were cussing because Beck, it was just pitiful. It was just pitiful, man. People who were open, overthrowing folk, throwing to one side, throwing to the other side, balls landing in the dirt. I mean, it was horrible. It was just horrible, and it was to the point where I wanted Herschel Walker in there at quarterback. Go find him, put him in there, put somebody in there beside Carson Beck. And I'm very afraid now that that's going to be Georgia's downfall. That young man is going to be Georgia's downfall because the defense, man, I don't know what size raw meat steak that they hung out there for those jokers. They went at it. And it was just like I was telling you guys, or I mentioned this, and I asked the question before I said it. The old guard SEC teams that are legacy teams, whenever anybody runs into one of them after having joined the conference, they get broke down.
Oh my
Georgia is true SEC. Kentucky is true SEC. Alabama is true SEC.
Y'all keep talking about this like the SEC is Martians or something. They ain't nobody but regular people, bro.
Wait a minute.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how you say that.
Gods. They
Coach,
regular
how
people,
you saying
bro.
that? Wait a minute, Coach. How you saying that on your back, looking up at the lights?
John, can I please?
That's getting run over.
Can I please have
talking
20
like
minutes?
the SEC
Please.
Come on, bro.
Hey, go ahead, Ron. Go ahead, Ron.
Okay.
Y'all average 1 yard of carry rushing, dog.
I mean, you got to start somewhere.
Coach,
Y'all average 1 yard of carry.
Okay.
Coach, you finally stop hiding.
Hey, Wilson, you ain't help that man out.
What you saying? Hold on.
I said you finally stop playing hide and seek.
All right. Well, first off, hold on. First off, I'm a grown man. I don't hide from nobody. I had things to do, and I've been here. I've been here. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
I haven't heard nothing.
You've been playing hide and seek for 2 weeks.
All right, bro.
So
Like I said, I've been here.
No, you
I ain't no sucker. So, but
Well,
anyway, going back to
that.
what we was just talking about.
again.
SEC, y'all keep talking like people supposed to shudder just because they play the SEC. It's just another conference of players.
But
no. Now
No,
you
there's a
not
talent
go
gap.
ahead, Ron.
There's a
that
talent
was
gap
your
there.
head coach.
Oh, you wait till Red get here. I wonder if Red heard that. If Red heard that,
The
man.
Hawks won.
I don't care.
Yeah,
What'd you say?
the Hawks won.
Oh, the Hawks
Hawks?
won. Okay.
I think the one thing that was obvious, and I didn't think it would. Here's what I didn't see happening, and it became very painfully obvious. There's a talent gap along the lines of scrimmage. That Georgia defensive line bullied Texas offensive line. It wasn't even fair, and you're talking about a Georgia defense that's not even fully healthy yet. Like,
Yeah,
they just got Mikael Williams back. They only brought him in on pass rushing downs, and
yeah.
you're still missing a lot of talent on that defense. That was the biggest thing that I did not expect was the mismatch on the offensive line. Y'all talking about that tackle supposed to be a lottery draft pick, and
Yeah, I think that I think that had a lot to do, Keely, with the fact that we had Quinn in there. He's not a threat. So they really just pinned their ears back and just sent the whole house the whole time. That's why I said before the game even started that he was the easiest option for Georgia to play against. They didn't want to play against Arch, but
the same thing happened to Arch.
but we all know football is a game of momentum. You put him in, these dudes are already flying all over the field. Like that was absolutely stupid to put him in at that point. You could have got him hurt at that point.
But I'm saying they couldn't protect either quarterback. I think
I understand that, but that's what I'm saying. By that time, morale has already been hurt.
So you think it was an issue of morale? So if Arch would have started,
absolutely.
you think
you're down 20. You can't protect your quarterback. You know, like you said, the offensive line is getting.
Here's my question,
run.
Coach. If Arch would have started, would they have been able to protect Arch?
I think it would have been a lot. I think it would have been a lot easier to protect him because he can move.
Okay. I mean, he did move and he got hit.
Right.
Again, you're talking about. Oh, okay, you're right.
You're saying that because the Dogs were already hunting at that point, there was no help for Arch.
Correct. We all. I mean, to say that to act like football is not a game of momentum is just diabolical work.
Here's what I'm saying. If you put me at left tackle, I don't think it's a matter of momentum. I think I'm gonna give up sacks no matter what. I just think there's a talent gap. That I don't think it's a momentum thing.
That may be true. That may be true. But what I'm saying is it was a lot easier to just pin your ears back and go at them with an immovable object.
Well, let me say something or add something about this momentum. Once you lose momentum, is it impossible for you to get it back?
No, but that's what they did by putting Arch out there. He put Arch out there to try and get momentum back. But again, at that point, I mean, you've lost the crowd. The opponents are surging. Like it's just at that point, it was the wrong move to make. He should have just waited. He should have just really just do it. I mean, basically just ran out the clock. Got to second half and tried to reset. But putting Arch out there was just stupid.
But this is the thing. This is the thing. Momentum can be seized with one play. sometimes it will work when you put a person in, but if the immovable object meets the irresistible force and can't overcome it, momentum is gone there. No matter who you would have put back there, from what we were seeing, no matter who it was you would have put back there, momentum wasn't going to change.
Right. That's why I said he should have
So-
just ran the clock out and not put him out there. Because as you've seen, the second half was a totally, completely different story. They just got punched in the mouth in the first half, and you know they caught the momentum and they rode that wave. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we definitely held on. We definitely held on, and thing about
once
that,
they started spying, they were spying Arch. I just don't buy that Arch would have been better. I don't think he's ready yet. I think maybe Arch in another year or two, maybe. Because even at that, I just don't see Arch being ready. I just don't buy the thought that if Arch would have started, it would have been a different game. Because Arch looked like a deer in headlights the way that pocket was collapsing. It just, to me, it's just as simple as that offensive line ain't what it was cracked up to be, at least compared to that Georgia defensive line.
I could skint y'all ass up.
I think
I think it would have been a totally different story. But go ahead.
So to like,
I think the Texans thought it was going to be easy.
I mean, he passed for 36 yards in that little time. And he had negative yards rushing because of the sacks he was taking. I mean, even after that long run, the net was like a negative 11. So his rushing because of the sacks he was taking. So
hey, and speaking of 11,
Again,
11 on defense.
Yeah,
man,
that's what I'm saying.
Look
we
at
got
him.
to get him.
Like it's not like Walker didn't get a sack on him, like on Arch. Like I mean, Arch might be fast to Alcorn State, but I mean, Walker had no problem taking that angle on Arch trying to lead a pocket.
Man, that's his name. That's 11's name. I didn't ever know what his name was.
But they got two of them. How that happened,
and,
I don't know.
I spotted that, coach. I spotted because see, I said, wait a minute, number 11 going both ways. So I said, no. We got 11 on offense, 11 on defense. I said,
I
okay.
don't know how that happens, but okay.
Coach, and I was going to ask. Well, let me ask the Dawggz that. What's the deal on having two number whatevers on a football team?
As long as they're not on the field at the same time, you could do it. The other one is Arian Smith, the receiver. As long as they're not on the field at the same time in college football, you could do it.
Oh, okay. I thought I
didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
You have a number
see,
on
what was that? What was that?
I was asking, what y'all didn't know that you can have a number on both sides of the field?
Yeah, two numbers.
Yeah.
It's always been like that. It's been like that since I don't know how long.
Yeah, I ain't never paid attention to it.
You got to think about like a college team. You got 90 plus people on the sideline.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
True. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Because shoot, I remember Alabama, man, back in Bear Bryant's day, it used to take 15, 20 minutes for the whole team, the assistants, and everybody to get on the field. Because he was dressing 300 folk. Man, but now, coach, now, what was that?
No, I was saying title, right?
Yeah. See, I didn't notice it. I didn't notice it. But now, coach, something I got to take issue with you on.
Yes, sir.
And the issue I got to take with you is, your disrespect of the Southeastern Conference, the conference that you and Oklahoma decided to join this year. Now, this team, this conference has put more people in the National Football League last year than any other conference.
Okay.
When they come to look for quality players, they come here. Okay. Linemen, defensive backs, running back. Yeah, the New York Giants, San Francisco 49ers, Philadelphia Eagles, they used to come here for what it was that they need. Hell, doggone Bill Belichick grabbed a lineman and Sony Michel and went and won a Super Bowl with him. Now, coach, we hell. That's one thing you got to understand. Southeastern Conference is hell. And see, when you all, like I said, you might can get fat off of, a Rudy Poot that you used to playing over there. But legacy SEC schools, you're going to have a problem. And I'm telling you, Kentucky, you better watch it.
Oh, my God.
You better watch it. All right, coach. All right, you better watch it.
I'm just saying it's so annoying to hear like the SEC is some big boogeyman. Like, okay, we understand.
Y'all recruit. Out of the last 40 years, how many?
Very well. That's great.
Out of the last 40 years, how many national champions came from the SEC?
I don't care about none of that. That's not my point. My point is, yes, the SEC has powerhouses. Great, but to act like a team that comes to the SEC has to like basically pay homage or bow down to the legacy SEC, that's bullshit. Like they can be beat like anybody else.
You can either bow down or get knocked down.
Cut it out.
No, Drake, you can't do that because here's where you messed up. You can't say that we're acting like y'all got to bow down when you predicted that y'all were going to win by 50.
Absolutely. No.
You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. No. You can't be disrespectful and say that we're trying to demand respect.
No. That's fine. That's it. Me predicting, me being quote unquote disrespectful, predicting what I predicted and getting smacked in the mouth. That's great. If you were to say, you came to the SEC, and you played Georgia and you got beat down, that's great. But to say, oh, you came to the SEC and the SEC we're a whole different ball game, and like y'all some like it's a Goliath or something like Drake, like that's what I'm talking about. Like, okay, we lost, true.
But Drake, just for perspective. If say out of the last 50 years, 35 of the national champions came out of one league, you don't think that's grounds to say, okay, there's something there that's different than everywhere else?
Yeah, you can say that, I guess. But you can say they recruit well.
If the first round of every NFL draft is literally dominated by one conference, you don't think that's grounds to say there's something different with that particular conference?
Yes, Keely. But to
then where's your argument that
this
people
is
talking
my
about,
point.
oh, this different?
This is my point.
Okay.
They are grown men who put their pants on just like any other grown man who put their pants on. And to say someone basically needs to bow down and pump and juggle balls, like that's crazy to me. I don't give a fuck that it's the SEC.
No,
I don't care that it's the SEC.
You're moving the argument.
I'm not moving the argument. I'm saying the same thing. I can walk you through where you're moving the argument. First, you said like there's something better. That was your first argument. I'm not going to act like there's something better. And then the second one was I got to act like I'm juggling some balls or something. Those are two different things. No, it's okay.
The argument that the SEC is a better conference can be backed statistically by different metrics. You can say they're the better conference because they put more kids in the NFL, they put more kids in the first round of the NFL draft, and they won more than any other conference over the last 50 years. Those three metrics can literally say this is the best conference in college football. No one said that's a whole different metric than saying you're required to juggle somebody's balls. Nobody's saying that. We're saying that it is a superior conference.
Let's reverse it, right? Let's reverse it. Okay. Quick question, Winston. Who is the king? Just follow my logic real quick. Who is the king? And keeping it in college, who's the king of men's basketball in college? Who would be the SEC's version of football in men's basketball in college? That would be the ACC, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Have you ever heard a team moving into the ACC or the ACC walking around talking like they just God's gift? You just come to the SEC and you got to beat the teams that's in there and move on, right?
Yeah, long story short, I mean that with anything, you got to beat the teams that's in front of you.
That's and now moving back, that's my whole point. The SEC, great, y'all, they win a lot, yada 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 yada. My whole point is, I'm not gonna sit here and act like that Texas lost only because they moved into the SEC and the SEC is this, that, and the third, and they better buy down and all that other retarded shit. We lost, absolutely,
Who said
we
bow
lost.
down?
We
Did I
lost.
say
that's what
bow
I'm trying
I
to
down?
mean, but
figure out.
people, but that's what I keep hearing. I keep hearing we lost because, oh, we ain't playing in the Rudy Poo Mountain 12. We now in the SEC. And in the SEC, you know,
That's a
this, that,
very
and the
logical
third
statement.
team will beat you. You know,
Yeah,
you'll
That's a
lose to
very
this
logical
team and you'll
statement.
lose to
where
If you
did
was
like
they
undefeated,
it's something
lie?
y'all
different.
probably be undefeated.
But there's
That's a
no
very logical
difference. What
statement.
you're not understanding, there's no difference. So what? Yes,
Yes,
it's
there
harder.
is a
It's
difference.
But
harder in
it's
the
a
SEC,
big difference in
but the
talent. It's a big
SEC
difference.
is okay. You're right. Y'all right. I forget who I'm going. I forget who I'm talking to.
Dude,
Y'all are
just
right.
look at the top 25 rankings.
You got
Let's
it.
look at the
You got
top 25 rankings. There's a
You
clear
got it.
difference between the SEC and the Big 12. Just look
You
at the
right.
top 25 rankings.
Coach,
You got it.
You got
y'all,
it.
Let me
you
say this
play.
right quick. Let me say this right quick. Good evening, fellas. What's
Yeah,
up, brother?
what's up, James?
Yes, sir.
What's going on? Hold on, I'm finna turn on this light. I gotta turn on the light for this.
Oh,
Hey, man, now wait a minute. Boy, I tell you the truth. He
I just
love to
don't
turn
see
the
the
light on when
thing where
he
he's
want
gonna
to turn
go
the light
like,
on.
well, clearly the ACC shows history that they're the best basketball conference, but then goes to the SEC and be like, well, there's no difference. You just made an example how because of history, the ACC is the dominant in college basketball.
Right,
So
but
the
do you
hold
hear?
on.
But do
So
you
the
hear
equivalent
people
with,
talk
but
about
with
the
the
SEC?
you talking about two different things. Here's
No,
the
I'm
logic.
not.
Here's how the logic is flawed here. When you say the ACC is clearly the best in basketball, right, based upon history, right? Then you
Correct.
bring that same logic to football. Clearly, there's a dominant football conference. Clearly, correct.
Correct. Correct.
Then in the same breath, you got to say they're the same as the Big 12. They're the same. Like
They,
that's illogical. How you made the
they,
argument that the ACC is not like everyone else because they have history. Then align that same argument with the SEC is not like everyone else because of their history, and then go on to say they're
that's
the
not
same.
what I did. What I was saying was the
Your statement was there's no difference.
If you let me finish, I don't ever get to finish. If you, the
You
ACC
finished. I
is
took a finished statement, and it didn't make sense. That's my point.
SEC's version in men's basketball. The difference between the two is you don't ever hear anybody talk about the ACC like they are this unbeatable, unmatchable juggernaut, even though they are. They just play the
They don't
games
have
that
the
is
same
in
track
front of
record
them.
as the SEC
That is
football.
what
They
I'm
don't.
saying.
They don't
Okay.
have the same track record as the SEC
You're right.
football.
You're
They
right.
don't.
Okay.
They don't.
Yeah, and plus the fact, you may not have heard anybody say that, but there are people
You don't
who
generally
will.
hear that, period. You don't hear that.
No, I can't say nothing that I haven't heard. I can't say nothing that I have heard, or I can't say. Well, no. Let me stick with my first point. I
Okay,
can't
let me
say
ask
anything that I haven't
Winston.
heard.
You're in Appalachia. Winston, do you hear anybody speak of the ACC? Although they are the most dominant conference in basketball, do you ever hear anybody talk about the ACC like there's this unbeatable juggernaut? And you're around almost all the powerful schools in the ACC.
I mean, like, I don't know, not really.
Bro,
Exactly.
Arizona has a
That's
history
my
of
point.
dominance.
That's my point.
UCLA has a
You go
history
out.
of dominance. Michigan,
In the
like you
60s,
have
yes.
so many.
In the 60s, yes.
So UCLA is known. Okay, all right.
In the 60s and 70s, yes. But the
when they
ACC
were
okay,
Coach.
is dominant.
Coach.
I mean, there's no argument to that.
Connecticut has a history of dominance. Connecticut has a number of championships. Are they in the ACC?
Do they have more than ACC teams?
Kansas has a long history of winning. Is Kansas in the ACC? There's a number of schools that have a long history of winning in basketball. And There's so many that are non-ACC schools that have a long history of winning. Connecticut, Kansas,
Yeah,
UCLA.
individual schools.
Yeah, and they're not in the ACC. Kentucky has a long history of winning basketball. They're in the SEC. Like, if we want to go down the list of the last champions, Connecticut, Kansas, Baylor. Bro, come on. Like, ACC hasn't won the last couple of years. Yeah.
And going back to your point, right, Coach, about UCLA in the 60s, they were bragging then.
Florida got 2 rings.
They were bragging then. Everybody has an opportunity to stick their chest out when they know they're the best. I mean, that's part. Those are the fleas that come with the dog. When you the best and you've been the best for a while, versus you came up and then you faded back. That little time that you were up, hey, you get you get to say that. All right, until somebody knocks you off the pedestal. Now the SEC, man, like I say, the SEC is a perennial conference. They changed college football playoff. They came up with the playoffs to keep 2 SEC schools from even playing each other anymore. And we still did.
What? I don't think nothing can be, you can't find an equivalent of dominance in any other sport or any other conference as in terms of college football. I don't think there's nothing close to that level of dominance.
And when I tell y'all that we eat our own, it's just the way the conference is. We might lose to Ohio State, or Vanderbilt might lose to Ohio State. But guess what? If Georgia coming there next week, they're gonna get up for Georgia. And they're gonna try to beat them. They're gonna try to get them. Same thing with Alabama. Alabama is that team that you put that red circle around on those calendars and stuff. All right. We got to play them. Now, we don't have a snowball chance in hell, but we got to play them. We got to go get them. And see, it's not a situation that I'm saying, well, anybody should bow down or all that. But I'm looking at the record. I'm looking at the conference. And I'm looking at what this conference has done to people in the national championship games and the playoff games. This conference has run roughshod over any competitor, any challenger. Then you look at what we do in the draft. Hey, they coming from here. Now they go and get various pieces from other places, whatever, but that first round, they coming and looking here. Hey, what y'all got, man? You got anybody coming up? Okay, I know New England's gonna get this man here, but I'm right behind them. You got anybody? Phone calls are being made all over the place because of how tough we is. And Saturday night, y'all got some recruiting y'all got to do. Y'all got some recruiting y'all got to do. And we'll lend you about 4 or 5 players. It's about 4 or 5 jugglers that we ain't gonna keep anyway. We'll let you have
it. Yeah, Texas got a player from Georgia last year. Matter of fact, he played for the coach now.
Right.
Yeah.
We let you have a couple.
It just coach. When it comes down to this, though, to be honest with you, you got to understand it's not no bowing down because you join a superior conference or anything like that of that nature. You got to understand when you knew you was coming into the SEC, that recruiting had to be up to par. You were gonna have to compete with Georgia's, Alabama's, hell, even Vanderbilt got a good recruiting class out the transfer portal, to be honest with you. Out of our schools, South Carolina. When you look at the recruiting matrix of the top 25 schools that's recruiting on a yearly basis, out of all that, you got 7 to 10 schools that rank in the top 25 when it comes to recruiting because kids want to come to the SEC. Texas, Oklahoma had 2 years to prepare to get kids in through the SEC, to come in to play in the SEC and get SEC style kids. Now, y'all did a good job within the last couple of years within the recruiting with the Colin Simmons, with the Arch Manning, with the Ryan Wingo, people like that of that nature. But it's on that coaching staff to develop. And when you came across Kirby is known to develop some NFL talent. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just
But
I had
this is
but
what I'm saying.
listen to me. And I'm gonna let you cook. I thought y'all had all that talent, but that talent, well, y'all picked off Carson Bay, what, 3 times? Was it 3 times, Keely? And
Yeah,
Red?
yeah.
So y'all not far off either when it came down to them trenches, which is very important in the SEC. Them trenches matter with the defensive line and the offensive line. Georgia defensive line was outstanding. I ain't gonna lie to you, especially in that left tackle y'all supposed to have in the first round. Shit, that boy got ate up all night.
James, you know
What's
what's
up?
so messed up? The
What's up?
college people took Texas to beat Georgia. They picked Texas now. So
Yep.
you disrespect the Georgia Bulldog for Texas like it was nothing. Like, and they were smiling all about it.
And the reason being, I hate to bring it back up, and I'm not trying to be funny or anything like that, like I was in the past. They were still basing that off that Bama game.
Right,
They were still basing it. They were still basing on how y'all played off that Bama game.
right.
They still hold that one game over y'all head, even though y'all proved it wrong this past Saturday.
But
And that's what it was.
a lot of these Texas fans were out here, oh, we're going to put a 50 on y'all. Is you crazy? Whatever you drinking, you need to get off of it. And we
See, now,
still
Coach,
did not play our best game.
Personally, I didn't think 50. I thought it was going to be a close game, but I just didn't know who was going to win that game, to be honest, because I knew Georgia was going to show up because Georgia had a point to prove. To be honest with you, even though I bragged about Texas talent in the Waffle House last week, but overall, I couldn't get out to a certain point because everybody else, everybody else needed to chime in. But I knew when it came down to it, it was going to be in on the trenches between that offensive line and that defensive line. Because one thing about Georgia going to keep a fire-ass defensive line. I don't care what nobody says. And they got another 5 defensive line class coming in. That's
Right.
the crazy part about it.
And
Yeah. They had a 5-star defensive lineman at the Texas game on a recruiting trip. And he basically intimated that he was basically looking at Georgia after that game.
right. He was like, why even go to Texas? Come on.
Matter of fact, the defensive lineman name, he a 5-star. He out of Georgia. His name is Justice Terry.
Yep.
Justice Terry was committed to Georgia at one point. Then he flipped the commitment to USC. Then he decommitted from USC. Now it's a Georgia-Alabama race right now. But a lot of experts think he's going to end up at Georgia.
Yeah, he was on a Texas visit at that
Right.
game. And they interviewed him after
told
that
me to
game. They
wait.
was like,
And that
I don't know
lady
about
asked
Texas.
him,
Yeah.
you like
I do.
Georgia?
Boy, I say that boy. That boy, y'all get him. Boy, I'm praying we get him. But y'all get him. Y'all got to fight. That boy going to the NFL. I ain't lying.
But James, what I was told 2 weeks ago by Coach, 55. You're disrespectful.
That ain't actually. That's not what I said.
No, you said that we got the clip.
No, you don't have no clip of me saying 55 nothing.
No, he said 52-17, Ron. You got to get it right. My bad.
No,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
actually 52-24. It was 52-24 what Coach said.
Ah.
Exactly.
But once again, You said they call you coach, but you know football. Python. You don't know Georgia Bulldog football.
Well, look, Ron.
Again, I don't care
Ron.
about Georgia football,
You
Georgia
need to,
Bulldogs
but y'all
football.
got your ass
It's no different than any other football,
No, it's
and
different now.
it's just crazy
Ooh.
that y'all think the SEC is just
It's
is
different
something.
down here.
It's nuts.
It's different down
Actually, coach, SEC football is a lot different than the Big Ten, and they just throw that ball, pass it around. They don't.
I don't care
look,
that it's
yeah,
different.
that physicality was different. Because let me tell you, the Mack trucks that kept hitting Arch Manning and Mr. Ewers, I guarantee you they would have looked at you and said, "Yeah, they hit harder." So look, it was just hard times for you. You were out playing around with your friends and watching the game, hook 'em horns, and then you saw a bunch of Bulldogs that really didn't want to just hang around. They wanted to show you something. So I'm just saying, next time, make your words sweet, make them short, so you don't have all that egg on your face. And by the way, it's nice to see that you came out of hiding because we were wondering where
Hey,
you
man,
did.
let me tell you again. I'm a grown fucking man. I don't hide from nobody. Y'all stop talking to me like I'm some type of sucker. I'm
Well,
not
you
hiding
were
from
hiding.
nobody.
You were
Now,
high.
coach.
I won't
Now,
hide in shit. Every time Red and Keely said something to me, I responded. Just because I'm not in y'all's orbit don't mean I was hiding. But I definitely have been here.
cause see, I had a whole show right after the game, coach.
Oh yeah,
wow.
yeah. After the game, bro, I was drunk. I was out in Austin partying. I was having a good time.
Hey,
coach,
I understand. You got to party with the losers. I got you.
Now, coach. Now, were you crying? See, that's the thing. That's the thing, coach. Now, if we had lost, I wouldn't have been doing no partying. I'd have been just cussing, fussing. You know, like I was when my quarterback was giving y'all 3 interceptions. And speaking of that, now what the hell was the deal on the called interception? People, and I see that they fined you guys what $250,000, and I think they've revoked some people. I think they saw some people on TV or on the cameras or whatever out there, and they revoked all of their passes for the rest of the year.
They fined them for throwing that bullshit on the
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
they got in their feelings, and the referee was like, "You know what? Okay, and they changed the call."
To be fair, it was the wrong call though. It was
offensive pass interference, man. Like,
well, the call was
I mean, but how many?
Interference,
yeah,
and they got it right in the end because the Georgia receiver did initiate the contact.
He did.
However, with that being said,
that's a dangerous precedent you do.
Yeah, that's a dangerous precedent to set that when the game stoppage. Like I've never seen that call overturned ever.
Man.
Even though they got it wrong, I've never seen that call overturned.
Shouldn't there have been an unsportsmanlike conduct or warning or something for the fans? Because normally that's what happens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So look, there's no excuse. Our quarterback looked like shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all got some nice penalties. You even got the trash department even pitched in to help you out, and y'all still couldn't beat us. Just saying.
Well, it's just a line of scrimmage. To me, it's just really that simple. Whether or not coach want to accept it, it's just a line of scrimmage. It's just all it was. That's the only difference in this game. It's just they didn't have the Hogs and offensive line to handle that Georgia defensive line.
Yeah,
hey, man, what's up?
They put their ears back and did their thing.
Yeah,
but if they're not careful, man, Kentucky might do the exact same thing. I didn't know that offensive line could be dominated like that.
Yeah,
and see that's the thing. That's the thing. You don't know what you have until you get on the gridiron. You just don't know. And Texas being ranked number 1 coming in, Georgia sliding at 5 because of what Alabama did to them, trying to get back up. When that moment of realization where your eyes get big as saucers because there's absolutely nothing you can do about what's coming at you. Y'all had 60 minutes. Like Nolan Richardson, y'all had 60 minutes of hell. Because Georgia was coming and there was absolutely nothing that could be done about it. You didn't have people on the bench that could help. You didn't have people in the pipeline that could help.
All right.
And this thing, like I said, about the legacy SEC teams have always been built like that. And when you run into one of them, you best to be ready. You best to be ready, no matter what their record is during the course of the year.
And I don't think those Texas receivers got hit like they got.
No, they never did.
I mean,
because them boys them stages were 10 off on them.
Right.
And look, Coach, you may not want to hear this, but there is a huge difference between Big 10 football or Big 12 football versus SEC. And I'm just saying those pads pop harder, man. And the lines don't play, man. Those lines don't play.
Coach already said he ain't trying to hit it.
Yeah, I get it. Bro. I'm definitely not. That shit is funny as hell, bro.
Oh yeah. Well, see, hey, I'm glad you're able to laugh now.
Yeah,
I'm always gonna laugh, bro. I'm not upset.
I'm glad you're able to laugh now.
I'm not upset.
You gotta laugh before the rain hits.
But you know what I'm saying? It's just funny to me how people in the only SEC think that they like this boogeyman when they don't even have as many as the Big Ten. The Big Ten is the monster in college football.
The monster,
but the SEC is it. Like you supposed to be scared of the SEC.
What metric, Coach? The monster of what metric?
Yeah, the most championship wins. That's the metric.
Most championship wins in what time period?
Yeah,
of all time.
Okay, we're not concerned about 1920.
Yeah, well, I mean, the 1930s and the 1940s. We're talking the modern era.
Years, yeah, the last 100 years. Who has the most wins?
Sorry, I like Red's speech.
Cut on his argument just a minute ago when I was talking about the basketball. He was saying, well, UCLA won in the 60s. Now you want to bring up winning in the 60s.
Absolutely. You brung specifically UCLA up. Specifically, you brung them up.
I brought that,
and I said UCLA hasn't won since the 60s.
That wasn't the only school I brought up. You picked UCLA.
No, you said UCLA, bro.
Okay, Coach, I gave you about 12 options. That's the one you chose. That's the point. You picked UCLA out of all the options. I said Arizona as well. You didn't pick Arizona. I said Michigan as well. You didn't pick Michigan. You picked UCLA out of the lineup of many schools that have also had basketball dominance. Now, with that being said, you said you discounted UCLA because they won so long ago. Now,
no, that's okay.
Is that not what happened?
You got it.
Did I get it wrong?
And you got it. The SEC is this, that, and the third. You got it, bro.
But did I get what you said wrong? Did you not dismiss UCLA because they won so long ago?
No, that I didn't dismiss them, period. You said that other conferences have won that are outside of the ACC. And you mentioned UCLA. And I said, yeah, UCLA was that in the 60s. But ACC is the dominating factor in men's basketball right now, period.
So you just repeated what I said. That's not a dismissive statement.
Yeah, you got it, bro.
A long time ago.
I got it
because it's accurate. I just repeated what you said. I know I got. I'm telling you, I know I got it.
All right, you got it.
Well, I'll repeat it again. I do got it because
got you.
I
Roger.
repeated exactly what you said. It
Roger.
was a dismissal statement. You said it's not. It doesn't matter, and essentially you said it doesn't matter because it was in the 60s.
Roger.
Roger that. We can
Yep.
keep doing
Hey,
this
now,
tit for
Coach.
tat shit. I'm just telling you that's what you did.
Okay, and I'm saying Roger. Got you.
Okay.
Yeah, that didn't sound sincere, Coach. It didn't.
It don't
have
matter
that
if it was
ring
sincere
of
or not because
sincerity.
we all witnessed to the bullshit.
I'm
It was
saying
a
you
long
got
time. He said one was a long time ago.
Let's-
Now he
let's
want to bring up some shit that happened a long time
let's-
ago when it comes to football. It's the same. It's the bullshit.
Okay, now I've taken the liberty. Oh, go ahead, Weston.
Hey, y'all heard about the bird lady?
The bird lady?
Oh, that bird lady
That's
that
fake
suckered
line.
folk out of some tickets going to the Super Bowl back in 2016.
Yeah, but she been, from what I'm picking up, she been steady scamming people.
Yeah, now that is what I have heard.
That's a left field topic. I didn't expect that.
In the 2016, it was supposed to be a bus trip going to New Orleans.
Right.
Oh, no, going to Houston. Going to Houston for the Super Bowl. And somehow the bus trip got canceled. But she was down there. And some of the people who had made other arrangements to get down there, they confronted her, trying to figure out, hey, how are you down here? And all these people are left back up here in Atlanta. If that's the story, Tidy may be able to connect the dots a little bit better than me. But yeah, and she, from what I've been hearing, yeah, she's been scamming folks. It's some mess going on.
Wow,
now
I haven't
what's
heard
the
about
latest
this.
thing you hearing, Winston?
It's a news article on it now.
Yeah,
What?
I posted it in the group, but it said, all right, she's claiming sham tailgate. NFL fans want Atlanta Falcons to ban the bird lady. So it said football fans from across the country are calling out the Atlanta Falcons super fan. They allege have taken thousands of dollars from them for football tailgates that never happened. Carolyn Freeman calls herself the Falcon Bird Lady. She's not on the NFL team's payroll, but she does have clout as the 2016 Bud Light NFL superfan. She also featured on the Equifax billboard inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium. She indicated that she does tailgates for visiting teams, said Tammy Southwood. We had no reason to think that she wasn't truthful. An Atlanta resident, Southwood is an organizer for the Kansas City Chiefs Arrowhead South Georgia chapter, which is crazy shit, but all right. Thought she was a Falcon fan. But she and others in the fan club contract Freeman to host a tailgate for the Falcon Chief game on September 22nd. Southwood showed Atlanta News First investigated the documents of what Freeman said she would do and for how much. According to their records, more than 300 people paid more than $14,000 to Freeman nonprofit Bird Lady Cares Inc. through apps like Eventbrite, Venmo, and PayPal. Bird Lady Cares Inc. has been registered as a 501 within IRS for almost a decade. GuideStar, a philanthropic research website, details the nonprofit mission as serving children affected by abuse, domestic violence, and bullying. When game day came, Southwood said fans began showing up to the tailgate location, but we showed up and we saw nothing set up. Southwood said as she showed Atlanta News First investigate an empty lot off of Vine Street near the stadium. She's supposed to bring food. She's supposed to bring games. She's supposed to bring TVs to watch earlier games. But Southwood said Freeman called that morning at 10:30 and said she had a medical emergency, but she would be there by 1:30. But when that time came, Southwood said Freeman had a new excuse. Oh, I'm in the truck now. I'm still on my way. I got pulled over by the police because my trailer too heavy. I'm on the way, Southwood claimed.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Freeman also commented on their Facebook tailgate event page saying she went to the emergency room with asthma and then had a family issue with the cops involved. Freeman never showed up to the tailgate, Southwood said, but she was seen at the game. Around the third, Texas started flying that the bird lady was in the building. Atlanta News First reported on a similar incident involving the bird lady in 2017. So McKinney, Washington claims the group of Falcon fans each paid the bird lady hundreds of dollars for an all-inclusive trip to Super Bowl 51 in Houston. A package that was supposed to include a round-trip bus ride, hotel, and game ticket. The fans claimed the buses never arrived to pick them up, and there was no Super Bowl tickets to follow. The fans then claimed the bird lady posted pictures at the game. Sports Illustrated also featured her in the Human of the Super Bowl series. Freeman stated she was bedridden for 12 years and lived off a disability check. After the game, Freeman said the bus company she planned the trip with scammed her. It sounded too good to be true. We all believe everything he said because he was so believable, she said. Atlanta News First confirmed at least 3 fans who paid the bus company directly received refunds. However, a local Seattle Seahawks fan group alleged Freeman scammed them during the same 2017 season. I was not shocked and surprised when I saw on the news that the bird lady had left people in Atlanta as she was on social media showing how much fun she was having at the Super Bowl, said Gamba Stewart of the Georgia Seahawks fan club. The group claimed Freeman took thousands of dollars from them for a tailgate just months before the Super Bowl incident. The group organizer, Anna Peterson, said Freeman claimed to be affiliated with the Falcons, similar to Southwood claim. It was absolutely how she projected it, Peterson said, that she was a representative of the Falcons, and it was her job to sort of be the ambassador for a away fan traveling to Atlanta.
Hey, hold up, Winston. Now, do you see this comment that Tidy has posted?
But that's the thing about Keisha has been saying that the other lady has been scamming for years, and no one kind of pay her attention. Like, so the original bird lady is a black woman named Keisha. She was doing it originally, and the other one just took her whole thing, like saw how she was dressing up and all that kind of stuff. Keisha had got sick at one point. And then the other lady, the Carolyn lady, started doing it and just took her whole get up and
took her gimmick.
Took her thing. So when they're kind of like conflating the two, because Carolyn is doing the scamming, but then they're kind of catching, like they can't tell which one is which, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, Winston, skim that article and see whether. Now, which one of these bird ladies was it? Okay, well, it said 2017.
It's doing the scam?
Yeah. See, well, it said 2017. So that had to be the Super Bowl. That had to be the Super Bowl.
Carolyn Freeman.
Yeah. The Freeman one is the one that's scamming.
The one that's scamming.
Keisha is the one that was the original one. She had got sick. And people, and that's kind of like when she took over, Carolyn took over. And so Keisha been telling people like she's on my friends list. So I would see her in my newsfeed all the time. Like before all this stuff broke, she was the main one on Facebook. Like, look, this other lady is scamming, like, and she's getting the backlash for it.
Like, okay. So Ron, what were you about to say?
No, I was finna ask. Like at one point in time, it was like 5 different ladies that was scamming people in Atlanta Falcons stadium and stuff. It was 5 different females.
So I know the way that some of them get paid is like getting booked for like tailgates and showing up. So I see Keisha, she'll post flyers for like, I'll be at this bar for the watch party, or I'll be at this, like, so like, you know how like you get club promoting and all that kind of stuff. Same kind of logic. And the Carolyn lady, basically, I'm assuming it's the same thing. So she gets paid to show up at tailgates, but she ain't showing up.
Okay. Hey, Winston, any more of that you wanted to read?
I mean, oh shit. It said for the Seahawks junk back in 2017, it said on game day, nearly 1,000 Seahawks fans, including players' families, lined up and waited for hours for nothing. And he said it was like 2,500. One person said they paid 2,500. Another said they paid 3,000. And she was getting them people hand over foot. Good God Almighty.
Right.
Man, yes, I'm she's wondering she's still alive.
Right. Yeah. Like the Super Bowl year,
Playing a
when we
dangerous
went to the
game.
Super Bowl, it was like 5 different bold ladies that were taking people money and not doing what they supposed to be doing with it. When you like the way the fan was like, they tell you to pay a lump sum at the beginning of the year, and when you go out of town, go to the other teams, you to use that money. That what? You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, all right.
It was supposed to be like that. Well, they went to Tampa Bay, then they went somewhere else, and they could not find the lady whatsoever.
Yeah.
One time they drove. I think we played Kansas City, and the lady was nowhere to be found whatsoever.
Was that this year?
No, this was 2000, the year we went to the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
2016? Because we didn't go to Kansas City, they came to us, so that would be
that's what I mean. They came to us, and she told these people to meet her at the one spot, and she never showed up whatsoever.
Oh,
but
that's some fucked up shit.
But she took the people money in like January.
Cause see now that you all okay, let me post what Tidy said. Said their beef made it upstairs to the Falcons. Falcons didn't want to get involved and recognize them both as the bird lady. Oh yeah, the Falcons said, I ain't. They did the oak tree. The Falcons did the oak tree.
What?
I ain't, my name Bennett. I ain't in it.
Yeah, I don't know about the 5, but I know it's been with Tidy's talking about. It's been. I think I don't know about the 5, but I know to Tidy's point, the beef is basically being between the Carolyn lady and Keisha. Those were the two. Yeah.
Oh, she said she. Go ahead, Keely.
Yeah, so I'm just echoing what Tidy is putting. So in terms of the organization basically sending it out, they're basically talking about Keisha and Carolyn Freeman. Those two. Those are the two that they're talking about.
Okay, man. That's deep, man. Because somebody called me about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I'm trying to think of what game it was, but they had made arrangements to come. They had paid some money, sent it PayPal, all that type of stuff, to come and be in a tailgate. When they got there, and this was right, the tailgate was supposed to start at 9 o'clock. They were going to cook breakfast. Okay. People got there, nothing set up. All right. People leave that tailgate, and there was a bunch of them. They leave that tailgate and go visit a couple of other ones. And, if you catch somebody around there, you might be able to, get you a nice real plate of stuff like that for about $20, get a drink and all that. But they went, ate there, and by the time the game started, people still hadn't showed up. Now, they called the person, which was the same person that called me, who got in touch with them, and the people said that they were going to be there around about 12:30, and they were going to stay late because, they were late coming in the morning. So the people went on in the game. They decided we're going to go get something to eat. We're not going to go to this tailgate. We're going to go get something to eat because ain't no sense of us fighting this crowd coming out of the dome, trying to get over here to where this tailgate is supposed to be. And we don't even know if these people are going to be here. So they went, spent buku of money at another restaurant. And I think it was around about 25, 30 of them.
Okay.
They called the lady that called me because she was the one that had introduced them or set them up, and they wanted her to refund the money. And she called me and asked me what did John, what you think I should do? I said, now, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what you do is you go 1 minute. I'm gonna go get my supervisor. Get in your car, drive away. That's what you do.
Yeah, I but well, she was just asking my advice as to what she should do because she was getting ready to pay a percentage. She was getting ready to pay a percentage. Now, I do that. There is a measure of reputation responsibility when you turn somebody on to somebody that's supposed to do things for you. There's a measure of that.
Oh, you back on the phone again? Then that'll be.
Yeah.
Now, but what y'all think about that?
That's why you don't turn nobody on to nobody.
Yeah, I was gonna say because for me it's like it's very fishy. Man, people don't want to just give up money for nothing, and it's like when you do that, you do feel that responsible. So, me personally, that's why I'm happy staying home and I'm not able to see the game. But it's like I'll watch it, but it's like, man, I can't imagine how I would feel if that was me. I probably would be flipping shit over and getting all pissed off because, man, you don't want to piss someone off when they're hungry too. That's the other thing.
What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, money is hard to come by these days.
Yeah.
When you talk about money, you talk about people might be trying to kill you over money. So I don't tell nobody
food money, especially food money.
Right. I don't tell nobody on to nobody that I don't know. If I don't know you, I'll be like, no, don't trust him, don't trust her. But if I know you personally more than a week, like maybe for 10 years, yeah. Or he legit, she legit, do what you do. But
cause see, anybody else want to chime in on this? What? Y'all don't want to say nothing about that? Cause y'all kind of torn, ain't you? Y'all kind of torn as far as this is concerned.
I'm not torn.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, how do you handle it?
I think people gotta have some self accountability. Like, are you slow? Like, I don't worry about getting scammed, because I don't put that on nobody else's shoulders because I feel like I have enough sense to figure out when I am if something is fishy or not. I just don't participate in anything that's fishy. I don't put myself or my money at risk. So whether I wouldn't come to John in a situation like, hey, do you think this is a good idea or not? Because if I don't think it's a good idea or not, I'm not putting myself in a situation. Like, it's just for me, I'm not putting anything that I value at risk. And then too, it's just a matter of monetary value. Like, I can lose $10 and not care, but if anything that's a significant amount of money that I'm not willing to lose, I just don't put it in jeopardy in the first place. Yeah. So it's easy for me. I don't see what's complicated. Like, I would never get scammed by a bird lady. So I'm not paying $2,500 to see somebody.
Right.
Yeah. Why am I paying $2,500 to sit in anybody's parking lot to see somebody who can't do nothing for me?
I mean, that's the other thing, because it's like, God, it's like, dear Lord,
If you
Ain't
paying
that much
$2,500 to go
How
see a
much?
stranger, you a sucker. In my book,
Well,
you a sucker.
Right.
so
I
I
was
think I
Yeah,
think I
sucker
think what
free
she
is
was
free.
doing, I think what she was doing is people were paying her to basically create like a tailgate for them. You know what I'm saying? Like if you coming from a different city or state or whatever, from what I took from the article is that people were paying her through her organization money to basically set up a tailgate. Now, yeah, you're right. I would never do that, but I mean, you got to think about how, people who got money, they would do something like that. And she's always on like you know, on Falcon stuff. Like if you Google Atlanta Falcons bird lady, she the first person that pop up. You know what I mean? Like she looked legit as hell. So for somebody who not from the Atlanta area for the Super Bowl, you know what I mean? I could see them you know, paying money for her to set up a tailgate for them, because she does look legit. But she gonna get hit with fraud and embezzlement and all the sorts of other shit. So she going to jail.
Well,
Yeah.
I put it like this. Things can look legit. There's a lot of things that look legit and people get scammed on, but I get what you're saying. I just don't think I would be that same person that is fooled by it. Like
Oh, of course not. I don't think none of us would. We
that's what I'm
know who
saying.
we know
Things look
who and
and look a
what.
certain way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we know who and what paid for that, bruh. I mean, that's that goes without saying. We know who and what paid for that. Ain't none of us gonna do that, but
Right.
Hey, coach, you're being punched in the stomach. I don't know whether you felt that, but you just got punched in the stomach.
oh man, ain't nobody worried about that shit. Red talking.
Like the last time every single time I've tailgated on the road, we do it ourselves.
Hey, is
Like
that James?
like we went
Yeah.
out and bought a grill
Yeah.
on the road, bought meat from Sam's Club or Costco or whatever. Like every single time we've done that on the road, we literally just
Right.
did. Like
Hey, what you grill it on, Keely? Y'all bought a grill?
yeah. So we were at. Here's what's funny. The last time we went to Dallas, we literally bought a grill while we were in Dallas, a little small one. Went to Costco or Sam's Club or whatever. Bought everything that we put it all on the back of the truck, and we had to pay for you had to buy a ticket. Jerry get all the money. You had to buy a ticket
For
stub
tailgate space.
Yeah, for a tailgate spot. And then hold on. And then we had to leave everything there because as soon as the game was over, in Atlanta, you could just stay in the parking lot till midnight or whatever and still
Yeah.
be grilling. The minute the game was over, everybody had to clear out.
Damn.
And we
Get out.
just left. The grill was still hot. We had to hurry up and try to put it out and all that stuff. And we left it up.
Man. But yeah, I tell you, when the Georgia Dome first opened up, and Tidy is saying that's the same way of the LA Stadium, man, boy, that's beautiful. Because see, I have eaten breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and another breakfast down at the Georgia Dome.
We'll be in the Gulch because you had to get in the Gulch by like 7 a.m. just to get a spot.
Yep.
So we'll be in the Gulch from 8 a.m. to all the way to like I'm talking about after you're watching the Sunday Night Football and you're still in the Gulch. TV's still going.
Yep. Yep. Because see, man, when the Georgia Dome first opened up, my dad was a barber down on Auburn Avenue. He cut hair down there for about 50-something years. He knew everybody. And, when I started coming down there, ringing the cash register, helping out or whatever, I got a few connections or whatever. Man, there were at least 10 tailgates that I could hit and get something to eat, get something to drink, sit there and watch the game. That along with the post office crew, these jokers here would bring. This was back when you had those big projection TVs. This joker had a big projection TV on a trailer with another trailer with the grill on. man. Oh man, and I'm telling you, man, that was some good doggone tailgating, and especially during the Michael Vick year.
John,
I mean,
where on Auburn did your dad work at? What barbershop?
Silver Moon,
My dad
right across from Mutual Federal, on the same side as Big Bethel Church.
Okay, my dad worked at Hogger Brooks on Auburn.
Oh, I know he know him. I know Dad knew him. I know Dad knew him because all up and down Auburn Avenue, man, it was just a family. It was just a family. Yeah, man. Because he used to work on the other side at Butler Street. What do they call Butler Street now?
He knew Moses too, didn't he?
I keep it. See, thing is, I've been taking it easy on you, Coach. But you're gonna make me get this Brillo pad out and give you a damn shampoo. You gonna make me
Hey, worried about it, man.
I'm gonna scratch your ass up with a Brillo pad. You messing around with me.
It's Jesse Hill now. That's what Butler they changed it to Jesse Hill.
Jesse Hill, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah. Where I think that's Atlanta Life used to be there on the corner. Atlanta Life Insurance Company, and there was a barbershop shop there called Royal Artistic. Man, we used to go down and pick him up on Saturday nights around about 2:30, 3 o'clock. Man, that's when Auburn Avenue, down there, up under the bridge with the Rib Shack. You know what I'm talking about, Keely?
Yep.
Man, look here, Friday night, Daddy used to always say, when I tell y'all to hit it, I want y'all to grab concrete. And man, it was two jokers with some Saturday night specials. They were standing about far as Red is from his wall there. You know, them jokers, both of them unloaded the guns and never did hit each other. And then they threw the guns at each other like Superman. Bust each other in the head with them.
God damn. Oh my God.
So,
man, I've seen it all. I've seen it all.
So
now,
I got a question.
Go ahead.
So after seeing Sunday's horribleness,
yeah, I was about to get to that. Go ahead.
And the fact that, I think the offense just Kirk Cousins, everybody, the whole team just had a bad game. I mean, it is what it is. You have a bad game every once in a while. But because of the fact that the offense had a bad game, we clearly could see if the offense has a bad game, we're going to get washed. So I'm just curious to see whose predictions have changed moving forward after seeing that game.
I think I'm still good with, because I had the high end was like 13, but I also said my floor was like 10. And the way we have not looked in some games, and man, the defense, when you can't get a sack and everybody, it's not just the athletic quarterbacks running on you. It's the Geno Smith. It's Andy Dalton. It's, Baker was becoming like Mahomes on us in the first game. So, you kind of get close to that 10. If you can get to 10 to 11, you're good. My thing is, you got to win this game, because you win this game, the Buccaneers are really the only team I think that can really, go toe-to-toe with you. And that was before the injuries. And I still think we're going to see a damn good Bucs team against us, because their defense is going to still be there. Mayfield is going to work with what he's got. And, we'll see. But, dear Lord, how hard is it to – okay. Coach, I'm going to answer your question, but I got to ask this question. All right. So, when did we sign Kirk Cousins?
Are you asking me or are you asking everybody?
Anybody.
Uh, we signed him this
February
year.
and March.
First
Yeah.
day of
February and
free
March of
agency,
this
wasn't it?
year.
Yeah.
First
All
day
right.
of free agency.
All right. And then we signed Mooney around the same time. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right.
Like a week later.
All right.
I think Muda was the next day, wasn't it?
Well, here's why I'm asking. Because you had that time all the way to preseason week 1. And you saw this defense. And I keep hearing people say, well, they don't have the guys to play the position. Whose fault is that? Because did Rodgers, just walked in, got knocked in the head and said, yeah, we got Von Miller over here. We got Aaron Donald over here. I got Patrick Ramsey over there. And everyone was too nice and not say something like, hey, those guys aren't here. Because we don't have, like John talked about, that D tackle that commands more than one blocker. So the line just looks like they're just in quicksand half the time. And my thing is, you waited till week 1 of the preseason till you had 2 injuries and you got it with those guys. Granted, that was a great deal for Simmons. We're still wondering when Judon can get some sacks because, I'm not saying it's all his fault because what? He's got 2 sacks or 1.5?
He got 2.
All right. So my question
Give me
is
2. Give me 2, C-Dub. Give me 2.
There you go. So my question is this then. I say go get somebody to help the defense, but when's the coaching staff going to step up and adjust the scheme to get these guys better matchups? Because right now, you cannot keep doing what you're doing and expect to still win the division. I'm sorry, I just don't see it.
I think they're gonna keep doing what they're doing and win the division because everyone else is just that bad in the division. I mean, coming into the season, I said 11 wins. I think we still get 11 wins just because of the simple fact that Carolina sucks, Tampa Bay is injured, and the Saints are injured, and so we just playing. We're not good. We're just playing in the right division, and that's why we still gonna end up getting in there. We're gonna get sent home probably the minute we get there, but I mean, so the reason I say that,
I can't argue with you.
Anything can happen, Keely, but I
I like reality though.
Yeah,
like I can say, anything can happen. Vanderbilt can beat Alabama. We just saw it. However, it's happened once in like 200 years. Yeah. So
I ain't trying to be delusional now, but I feel
to me, Detroit is a better team. Minnesota is a better team. 49ers are injured, but they're a better team. Like
Washington, a better team.
Washington right now, and they're on our schedule. And if that young boy come back, I mean, they're a better team.
With all their injuries, Keely, I mean, because the 49ers, they are banged up to all get out.
But they have that much talent. That's what I'm saying. Like,
all right. I'm just hearing you out, bro. Don't worry.
No, I get it. So for example, Debo goes down. They're picking up. I mean, D-Hop.
I know.
The Chiefs. The Chiefs
gonna replace IU? Who gonna replace IU?
Jennings. I think Jennings.
The 49ers are done.
I mean, here's why I say. Because honestly, they could ride out with Kittle being their number 1 target at receiver.
Yeah,
they really could. They're not going to win a championship, but they can still win games with Kittle being their number 1 receiving option.
Well, I think Kittle hurt.
Right back,
the Cowboys going to put the 49ers out of their business on Sunday night. Yeah.
Now, Red.
If you depend on the Cowboys to do anything, I don't know what to tell you.
Now, Red.
John,
what was the score the last game they played? What was the score?
They don't have so much bad luck. They don't have a week to think about it. Jared don't been on their asses. They finna come out and put the 49ers down, and then they're gonna get put down next week by us. So you see, it's a teamwork thing.
I think the 49ers gonna have their best game against Dallas.
No, they not. They are done.
And this is why I
Done.
say this. This is why I say this. Dallas cannot tackle worth for shit. Their linebacker cannot cover worth for shit. They if you put some pressure in that Prescott face, he throw it to the other team.
And look, the 49ers, I don't want to bet against them.
Me
And not only that,
either.
any
I
team
do.
in the West, well, here, hold on. Any team in the NFC West, I think that's going to go down to the last week of the season. Because honestly, I don't see anybody going away with the division there.
Seattle finna win that division.
Hey,
The
have the 49ers played Seattle yet?
Yes.
Yeah, they beat them. The 49ers
They beat
whooped them.
Okay.
That was the game before us.
That was
John.
when they were healthy. That was when they were
played-
healthy.
They played Thursday night, and they just tore them up.
Okay.
But they injured now. They ain't got enough. They ain't got enough to last.
But I mean,
Hey.
but even if you keep in mind San Francisco injured, get it. But even past that, you still got Green Bay.
That ain't no damn weed. That's some hard shit. Look at the video.
Oh, wait a minute.
Look,
Who is that?
I swear, if Wallace was on here, I would know who it was.
No. I was listening to someone. They put that video of Desmond Ridder. They were talking to him. Guys, that boy looks like he's been on something, and it ain't weed. And it was Wanaka who sent it to me. And that boy looks rough. Oh, my God.
Good. I hope he started when we play him. So we can
Oh,
Well, the
I
doggone
said the
team
same
signed
Nah,
him.
Red.
I said the same thing too, Red.
I hope the Raiders dumb enough to put him in the starting lineup. They don't got all the quarterbacks hurt, so they got no choice to play Ritter, and we are gonna beat the dog shit out of
And,
him.
and that's how we're gonna make the playoffs, just by being healthy. We suck, but we just gonna win just because we healthy.
Yeah.
The crazy part is
maybe that'll work in the playoffs. Maybe we'll be healthy, the healthiest team in the playoffs.
the
No,
crazy part is
but-
at the beginning of the season, most people thought like the last 6 games were all going to be dubs, like gimmies.
Yo,
You
that
know.
Minnesota and Washington game.
Yeah,
was different.
Minnesota, the Giants,
There are
Washington.
no games
like-
with the Falcons that'll ever be gimmies, okay?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
no one thought that Minnesota was
Hey,
going to be the Minnesota we seeing. The Washington was going to be the Washington we seeing. Like those look like on paper just gimme games.
Hey,
Well, you
And-
can't count.
and
That's why
now-
you can't count wins
Coach,
going into
yeah.
the season. You
And
gotta
Coach,
wait
and I
till a
want
few
to tell you,
games ago.
I know it sounds crazy. I'm more concerned about the Giants game because their pass rush, those guys don't take no time off. Now, I just hope we can get to the quarterback.
You know, if we lose to the Giants now, we don't.
Oh,
Yeah,
don't
I'm
you say that, Red? Don't you say that? You know,
They
The
still have
I'm saying,
Daniel Jones as a
if
quarterback.
we losing to teams like that, we don't deserve shit. We don't
But
deserve
I
Red-
mean,
shit.
Red-
Daniel
Did we
Jones
not
is their
lose to an
quarterback.
astronaut?
Yeah,
Daniel
we
Jones
not lose-
is their quarterback.
I
right.
understand what you're talking. I understand our history. I understand the Falcon and all that.
Yeah.
If we lose to the
Look, I
Giants,
can't forget the past.
I
But-
feel you. But if
Red.
you got to think, if we lose to the Giants, man, we don't deserve shit.
And,
But
and guess
no
who
matter
lost to the? Hold on. Guess who lost to the Giants? The Seahawks that whooped our butts. So I mean, it's not like it's
Well-
out of the norm.
The Seahawks, I'm not gonna compare us to the Seahawks lost to the Giants, yeah, but how many wins the Giants got? What, 1 or 2?
I think they got one.
2.
They got
They
two.
probably
They got two.
they
They got
probably
two.
gonna finish the season with maybe 3 or 4 wins. I'm not worried about the Giants.
But
Yeah, see,
I
but the thing
understand.
is, Red, but
Right.
I understand what you're saying, Red, but you got to understand what type of team we have. We struggle against struggling teams. We
Look,
struggle with
the
Carolina.
Seahawks are a good team. Now I don't care if they lost 3 in a row. The Seahawks got a solid team. The Giants, they are trash, man.
No,
Well,
so-
we said the same thing about Carolina, but we struggled with them for the first half and almost the whole second half.
But in the end, we put up over 200 yards rushing them. So we
But
did
Red,
what we need to do.
we always play down to the competition.
I get that. I understand
We
that.
do.
But
We
there's
don't
certain
never take
teams-
when the other team offensive lineman be out or defensive lineman be out or whatever. We don't never take advantage of it.
I'm more worried about Tampa
Is it
Bay.
that we don't take
I'm more
advantage, or
worried
we
about
can't
Tampa Bay
take advantage?
injured
There you go.
asses this
We have
week
flaws.
than
We
the
have a
Giants.
serious flaw. We have a serious flaw on this team that every opponent can take advantage of. It's
What?
a very
We
glaring
can't stop the
flaw.
run. We can't stop the run.
We can't. It's a front seven.
Yeah.
We can't sack anybody, and we can't stop the run.
And
So
there- yeah, go
even
ahead.
Carolina can run on us. Even Seattle can run on us. Everybody can run on us. We're the freak at the party. Everybody can get a spin at us. And
Basically.
We the doorknob now.
Yeah.
Everybody
we're,
gets tired.
we're the jump off. We're the jump off at the party. So
Well, now,
Everybody
before-
taking the Falcons in the closet.
before we put the tombstone and the red dress on the Falcons. Now, last week we were 11th against the pass, 15th against the run, defensively.
Yeah, but
Now we
let me
dropped.
check the updated.
Now we're 20. Our defense is 22nd.
See?
We dropped to 22nd. But
Well-
guess what? That's still better than the Baltimore Ravens.
Right, but how far?
Well, but Baltimore got a great
John,
offense. We don't have a great offense.
John,
what's
how
the name of
far
the
you
show?
think? How far you think that will carry us this year?
Our offense is the problem. Our offense is the problem. Number one, now to everybody's point about the defense, the front seven, you can't get sacks. You can get pressures, but you can't seal the deal. You can't wrap anybody up. People escape right out of your hand.
You got to seal the deal. Pressures don't
Wait,
get
but
nothing.
you got
so
to
can
seal the deal.
can I just throw this in there though? So specifically where we're struggling at against the run, we're 24th. You know what Baltimore is ranked against the run?
Hit it.
I see it right. First,
They're number one. They're the best in the league against the run.
Right,
Standing on
right. John, the name of this show is the eye test. Now, no matter what them rankings say, use your eye test. Do Baltimore look close to us on defense?
and red. Now I brought that out Sunday, and I'm gonna bring it out again today because looking at this, we look horrible.
Yeah.
On
Baltimore,
defense, looking at
they
this,
look like a
we look
championship team.
horrible on defense. And this past Sunday, the offense looked horrible. This past Sunday, the offense looked horrible. I mean,
I heard it. I didn't see
balls going,
So, John,
London. Okay, you know, you're throwing the ball up high to London. Ball just splitting your hands open, and you're missing crucial third down conversions. You're missing crucial catches.
Were the interceptions bad? I know he threw two.
Oh yeah.
One was on Drake London. He didn't catch the ball. He let it go through his hands. He hit it up, and somebody behind him caught it.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I'm saying. It was bad interceptions, but it wasn't on Kirk Cousins, not that.
I mean, if you really want to get on Kurt, the fumble where he's getting sacked, but look,
that was
I saw that play.
And
Lord,
remember,
he gave up a touchdown.
You lost your center, and then you lost Bergeron back. I think a back-to-back again, or like within a few plays of each other. The thing is this: it's what we've talked about in the playoffs. Let's remember something: teams are going to take away what you do best, and when they do, how do you adapt? I'm going to say this, and John might just start doing a Holy Ghost jig on this because, I know how he feels about it. Raheem Morris, when he got this job, why on earth did you not get someone experienced on the offensive coordinator as well as defense? Look, because you know how sacred these job chances are. Get some guys that are actually going to build, because look, you want to hook up your friends, that's fine. Put him as a D-line coach. Put him as a defensive back coach. Put him as a QB coach. Okay, you could have still done that and had your cake and eat it too. I'm just saying, get you an offensive guy like Ladarius brought up, Jim Caldwell. Have him work with the offense. Have Steve White, or Steve Wilkes, who's been around the Falcons organization this year. Why not him be there and have Jimmy Lake work under him? But no, you went with two rookie coordinators, and that's also the biggest problem I see. And I don't see like this getting super better. We're going to have good games and we're going to have crap games. It's just because they're learning. And quite honestly, when you go get a quarterback like Kirk Cousins, it should be like a win, and we're going for the playoffs now. We're not trying to rebuild. We're not trying to worry about the future. We need to change this. So for them to do what they've done, and then also add the fact you've got coordinators that have never called plays, I'm just so like bewildered when I watch the game. I'm like one to ask coach on defense. Wouldn't it be better to have Jesse Bates, Simmons playing at their natural position, attacking the ball, playing more man, trying to get these guys to what would changes be to get more of a pass rush? Because this is unacceptable now. So I'm
I mean,
asking.
there's literally nothing you can do outside of changing the scheme. Without changing the scheme, it don't matter who you put what where. You're going to have probably worse results because if you moving people, then that means that where they were is going to be where they were is going to be weaker. So, I mean, it's just. Me personally, I would like to see Salah get in here next year. Absolutely, that should have been the first call that should have been made. But I mean, at the end of the day, this is on Raheem. He has to make a change, and clearly he's not going to do that. He's saying stupid stuff like, our pass rush is exactly where we want it to be. We're seeing the progress. I don't know what the hell you're seeing, but it ain't nothing that's going to change, and it's only going to get worse because although the front half of our schedule we thought was going to be the hardest, it's turning out that the front half has been the easiest part of our schedule, and moving forward is going to get increasingly harder because we're about to come up against some real juggernauts from what they're doing so far, and we're going to get exposed and embarrassed.
Coach,
Like
I got a question for you.
imagine going up against old boy from the Commanders. You know what I'm saying? Running all over out. He gonna have 500 damn yards running.
Coach, I got a
Mariota?
question.
No,
No. Jalen Daniels, because he'll be fine by then.
Jalen Daniels.
So, Coach, I have a question. Let's say your defense is ass, right?
Yep.
What could you do on offense because I'm just trying to touch on what Baltimore is doing. What could your offense do to help your defense out?
Well, you got the score.
Keep on scoring and keeping the opposing, keeping your defense off the field.
There you go. That's where I'm getting at. So John was alluding to Baltimore defense being subpar. One of the things that Baltimore does well is run the ball.
Yeah.
They leave their defense off the field.
Exactly. You don't want your defense getting abused. You take that defense off the field. Like you just and I don't understand why we don't take that approach.
Because our coordinators are ass, Keely. Like we look at our play selection. Like our play selection and the plays we run are garbage on both sides of the ball.
We should be. I know we can't directly mimic what Baltimore does because they do have a unique dynamic with Lamar, but we should be playing keep away. We really should because that front seven is really that bad.
With,
And,
with,
and
with
and we getting
Bijan,
tried like a
should do
freak.
that.
We getting tried. Like everyone, their intention is just to run the ball on the
right,
and you can't run the if you can't run the ball or stop the runs, which we saw last Saturday with Texas, like you're in a bad situation.
When and you have the personnel on that, because if you run Tyler and Bijan, and look, I said
And
my
you have
piece
the
about
offensive line. And you have the offensive line.
and you know what's funny? We always talk about we just need a quarterback just to keep it together. Really, honestly, Kurt, we just need you just to make, hey, the Carolina game. Think about that. Yeah, we had some struggles, but what I'm going to say is he had a very good, efficient game, and he let the running game. And then in the second half, we took over that game. And you let your defense get some rest. You let them not have to carry the load so much. That's what you've got to do. And it makes me crazy because Bijan was going off against Seattle. And then next thing you know, Zach Robinson went for 3 straight passing plays.
See, here's a situation where y'all might gonna yell at me, but this is a situation where Arthur Smith would have been right on time for the job. Not saying a head coach, but as a play caller, because it didn't matter if there was 9, 10, 12, 15 people in the box. It really didn't matter. And I know, yes, there's only but 11 on the field. You can stack as many people in the box. If Arthur Smith wanted to run the ball, he was going to run the ball. And he was going to be successful at running the ball 9 times out of 10. And so he was able to our defense was cool, but our defense looked a lot better than it did because of the fact that, one, we played a lot of sorry quarterbacks that year, and we were able
ran the
to
ball.
keep the defense off the
Yeah.
field.
Yeah.
But see, the problem with this year is, and I mean the same thing we screamed about last year that Arthur Smith didn't do because he couldn't. This year you have a competent quarterback who could throw the ball. So there should never be a reason why Tyler Algier or Bijan Robinson, one or both, shouldn't be in the backfield or on the line of scrimmage to go out for a ball. There should be heavy play action in this in this offense. And it's just not like the calls are so you could tell they come from a first year coordinator. Like it's that bad, and it's only going to get worse. If our offense can't save us, we're going to get blown out, as we see. Like I don't, our defense cannot stand up to what we have coming in front of us, in my opinion.
Now, I'm going to say this. And the horse is dead. I done beat him.
I mean, we can always beat it. You know that.
I'm gonna hit him again.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hit him again because I posted something in Bird Gang and I posted something here, and it is Brian Baldinger breaking down that long run that Derrick Henry had Monday night.
Oh, that was such a thing of beauty.
But guess what the pivotal portion of that was?
Are you going
to Lamar sprung him on that play.
They
no,
got
I don't know. He's talking about the other one. He's talking about the other one, the long one.
No, not. I'm talking about this past Monday.
Yeah,
this past Monday. And then again, as a matter of fact, that run too.
Yeah.
Against Tampa, that's what I'm saying. Lamar got a key block that sprung him and left him.
Yeah.
Well, they had a fullback. I know that's probably where you're going, the fullback.
That's exactly where I'm going.
I knew he was.
You got the biggest, most intimidating back in football, and this man runs virtually untouched between the first level and the second level.
Well, we don't have one, Don.
But the thing is, we need to get one.
Yeah, well, it ain't gonna be this year. It ain't gonna be this year, so that can't change. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that.
Why can't it be this year?
Coach.
Because it's not going to be. Because we're the Falcons. It's not going to be this year.
Okay, I see what he's saying. I
see what you're saying, but this is the hill I'm gonna plant my flag. shoot anybody who come up trying to take my hill. This is my hill.
And
The Falcons running attack was because of them having a fullback. Their running attack was because of them having a fullback. Now, Bijan Sunday made more out of nothing than I've ever seen him do because, like I suspected, he's a tiptoe waiting for the cut run. And that's all
he actually ran somebody over Sunday, which I was surprised.
Well, he caught somebody. He did
he lowered his shoulder and put the boom on him. I was surprised to see that.
Yeah, he did.
Did you see that one play where he's going in the end zone? He actually waited, what was it? He waited, and was able to let the hole develop and then get in there to score. I mean,
right. I did see that
for him. The game is slowing down for him too. That's the other good.
But John, it go back to when our team knows somebody, offensive lineman or defense lineman will be out. We don't take advantage of it.
Yeah, you're right, and Ron, you're absolutely right. Because
again, is it that we don't take advantage or we can't take advantage?
No, we don't take.
Well, it's both. It's really both wrapped up in the same sentence. Because
if you look at it,
we don't because we can't.
If you look at it,
I'll mute my mic. I'm sorry.
Tampa Bay got their best wide receivers out. One out for the rest of the year,
and Evans is out till their bye week, which is
right.
12,
so what? We will not take advantage of it.
And man, what happened to him, man?
Evans?
No.
He had a
his ankle
just. Yeah.
His ankle. Ooh.
Man, I just saw
Roquan Smith when he tackled him.
Right.
He dislocated it.
Yeah,
right.
He dislocated the ankle. It was bad.
Like I said a long time ago, we need to get some pit bulls on this team. One Smith is a damn pit bull. Come from Georgia,
Mm-hmm.
He is a dog.
You're not getting that unless you get rid of the GM, because the GM is the problem on that one. I'll say.
I mean, I know that, but I just have put that in there.
Yeah, I mean, John's going to die on the fullback hill. I'm going to die on the D tackle who weighs about 350 and could take two blockers if we're going to run a freaking 3-4 defense.
Shoot, even if we run a 4-3 C-Dub, I want that kind of weight and another man just like him backing him up on the bench.
John, I'm with you. This isn't, I'm the amen section.
I'm just amening. I'm just amening.
I mean, to me, this is like simple stuff. And what kills me is that,
1, 2, 3.
You had from the free agency market all the way to preseason 1. And this is what you came up with. Make it make sense. That's all I'm. It's like, and Raheem can smile, kiki, ha ha, tell you the best jokes in the world. That's not going to win championships. And I swear to God, I hate to say it, he's coming off more like Dan Quinn than he is learning under Sean McVay.
Right.
Because I'm sorry. That is not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a guy that actually been hardened, that learned some stuff. I don't see nothing.
No, I mean the fact that I've been saying the same thing. The fact that our penalties are higher and higher and higher than they have been in the last couple of years. The fact that no changes have been made. So far, here we are in week 7, and no changes,
Week 8, buddy.
No changes have been made whatsoever. Like, that's, to me, that's a lack of leadership. That's a lack of knowing what the fuck you're doing. Like, the penalties are outrageous. We should not be receiving this many. We were once one of the least penalized teams in the league until this year. We're getting penalties left and right. that is discipline. That's a lack of discipline. That's something a coach should be taking care of. It's just I've
But
said this before and I'll say it again. The Atlanta Falcons will not win a championship until we get a proven head coach in here with proven guys. Everybody that we get in here are first timers or really just bad coaches. I don't think we've ever had in my lifetime that I can remember a really good coach. I think Jim Moore may have been one of the
Dan
best
Reeves was a
coaches.
good. Dan
Dan
Reeves
Reeves.
was
Dan Reeves. Yeah, I forgot about Dan Reeves
yeah.
was a good one.
Well, and I
Uh,
got
Oh,
to,
hold
I
up.
well,
got to
Did
say,
you did you say
and I
Jim
know,
Mora?
I meant
no, no,
Dan Reeves. I meant the coach we had when we went to our
Yeah.
first Super Bowl. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Uh,
Now, and I do have to give as much hell as I used to give that man. I do have to give Smitty some shine
Oh yeah.
because
Yes, I
if
mean
you don't like it, dude, dip out.
Yes,
Shit,
my
he
you
had
ain't
a
gotta
only
bad
be.
he had a bad ending, but his
my
first 5
yeah
years too.
So
yeah
I
my
would say this: a lot of things that we're complaining about now are things we didn't have issues with Arthur Smith. We didn't have the penalties issues.
Nope.
Um, we didn't have any of those. And I look back. Look, granted, he did a lot that put him on the wrong side. I get it. However, and I look at some of the stuff we complained about. We complained about his arrogance. I wouldn't care. I don't care necessarily about arrogance and all of that kind of stuff and the way he talked to reporters. I don't care about it. Like, but these are the things that Falcon fans cared, like they cared about. And we didn't have some of these issues. The only thing we had was a quarterback issue. He couldn't get a quarterback.
well, and also remember though, when you say in the arrogance, but the thing is, it was more of the when it wasn't working and just the way he was coming off, and it's like, what are you so prideful? I can understand that, but also my other thing I bring back is the fact that what we don't like about Arthur Smith, Raheem Morris is doing too with his pride.
So here's my
And
question:
well, all right,
the
go ahead.
things that didn't, that things that you said when it wasn't working, he was arrogant when it wasn't working.
Yeah.
The things that weren't working, were they coaching issues or were they talent issues?
Both.
I
Silent.
think it was.
It was it was both.
Yeah.
It was his
Philosophy.
reluctant to not change and get a different quarterback. We
Yeah.
all know that was his downfall. But more
But
importantly, during the
Well,
games, a lot of his play calling during the game was very trash too. That
okay, so
that
that's
that's
where we
well,
disagree. That's where we
his
disagree.
whole philosophy just I did not understand it. You waited to the third round to get a quarterback.
Can we
I
also
don't.
remember? Can we also say this? Because we're talking about Mike, or we're talking about Raheem Morris, okay, and about how you might want to change some things up. Look at what Mike Tomlin did. They were, they have their record with Justin Fields. Some people could say you could keep Justin Fields and keep playing the way you were. He wanted to go with Russ. Some people made jokes about it. But Russ rewarded Mike Tomlin with the play on the field Sunday night. And,
Right.
I mean, he
so
wasn't too bad of a play caller with Russ, and that's kind of my
yes, and
But
I'm
that
actually gonna I was kind of teeing you up there, Keely,
easily
because I'm gonna
into
bring
that.
that up.
Yeah, but there's a difference though, Keely, is
Oh,
because he don't have that's his only job at
it's
now.
all
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Then he had to worry about the entire team. There's a total difference between being a head coach and just a coordinator.
I'm not here. I'm not doubting the responsibility. I'm talking about the actual just schematically coaching on the field that offense. What I'm saying is that when people say the plays are trash, they're not trash enough for the Steelers because the Steelers are winning.
Mhm.
So for some reason they were trash when he was here in Atlanta, according to y'all. But those trash plays have them winning. They just hung up
Yeah, but
37.
but
But
who's to say
but
it's the same playbook? He may
but
not be running the same playbook. That's
Stop
what
it.
I'm saying.
So you think who
Really?
played running the
He-
other
I-
coordinator that they ran out of
yeah.
Pittsburgh?
I think
No,
they're
no. What
running-
a good coach does is he changes his scheme and his plays to the level of talent that he has. So if I would assume, I mean, clearly we don't know, but I would assume him going to a different team would not be the exact same playbook he used here.
No,
But
but here,
see,
all right,
Yeah. Hmm.
I
you
don't know
gotta
about
look
that.
at the Pittsburgh head coach. He mean business. And what I mean by that, he don't take no shit
And that
whatsoever.
exactly.
Here's what I'm saying. Arthur
He-
Smith, that same playbook, the same book, the same terminology, everything. He took that from it, the same thing he was calling down here. He took that to
He took it
Pittsburgh.
to
He's
Pittsburgh.
still calling it. The difference is he actually has talent. That's
Well,
the
not
that's
just
the
that.
difference.
And not just that. Pittsburgh, there's a toughness. It's that we can't forget that that gritness, because Mike Tomlin, look at those teams he had the past couple of years. Some of those teams shouldn't have been over 500. They found a way to get over 500.
That's great
So,
coaching.
Yeah, I will not
Hey,
say Mike Tomlin's a
that
bad coach.
that team that year he had Mason Rudolph as quarterback.
That
No
was last
way in
year.
hell. No way in hell. They had
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah, Tomlin is a
But-
great coach, and
but
he's
once
a great
again-
coach who has a coordinator who plays all of a sudden are
Mhm.
working again. They worked in Tennessee, and they worked here, even though people said they were bad play calling. And they're working again. They've worked in two places,
What?
but I guess in Atlanta
Now-
they were trash.
Well,
Now, this
also
is-
remember we were like the records, but also remember with the Falcons, the personnel, a lot of it, he had points of he was picking the talent. So you got it. Look.
We don't. Well,
Offensive
I
play
can't. I
calling?
don't know who said. I can't confirm. We want to put it on at Arthur Smith,
Mhm.
even though that's technically by law that's not his job. That's technically
And
the
I
job of the
agree.
GM. So I
Well-
don't know who.
Well,
I do not. I
Never-
do not know. It's John. It's your fart in the elevator reference right there.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
your fart in the elevator reference. We
So-
don't know.
Yeah.
How about-
Both of them got
can we-
stank
can-
on them, and we
well, can
don't
we-
know. However, what I do know is
Uh-huh.
he had a competent quarterback in Tennessee. He had a top 5 offense, and they won games.
Mhm.
He came here. He had Heineke, Mariota, and Ritter. We can all agree that those three are subpar and trash than any other options that he's ever had at quarterback. He
Oh, yeah.
goes to Pittsburgh. He has Fields and he has Russ, and they are winning. The only difference I see in the 3 stops is the quarterback.
Yeah.
He had
Yeah.
trash quarterbacks.
And that's what I was about to say.
Yeah,
That's what
and
I was about to
I'm
say.
with Millie on
Plus
this.
the
too.
fact, I'm going to say this too. The team that Tomlin gave him on the offensive side of the ball, the quarterbacks that they gave him were better than what he selected for himself.
if he selected them. But
Well,
Even-
now,
and to Millie Mills' comment,
Okay.
I would say it's inconclusive. I don't think we can say he's a subpar. I even though I agree with Millie Mills, the only reason I say is inconclusive is because he never had a quarterback. I think if he had a quarterback, let's say Russ was in Atlanta instead, right? Instead of Pittsburgh.
uh-huh.
We may have something more than 7-10 seasons if Russ is the quarterback.
Well, he
Oh,
could have
definitely.
had Fields. He could have had Fields.
or a
Mhm.
Fields. Like
But he chose
he
Pitts.
to me, the fact that he got 7 games with what he had, as terrible a quarterback play he had, and still won 7 games, that's an accomplishment. But if he had better quarterback play, the story of whether or not he's a successful head coach may be totally different. That's my argument.
Well,
But-
now, Keely.
Yeah,
Well, now,
hey,
Keely. Some folks will argue that he had a quarterback in his first year. Not me, but some folks.
Well, and also, and look, when it comes to this, all I say is this: he was the coach. We know all this stuff. All I'm saying is, it was not. Think about it this way: Norv Turner, is he a good offensive coordinator?
Yes.
Was he a great head coach?
Hell no.
Who was his quarterback
Nope.
as a head coach?
Philip Rivers.
Yeah, I mean, who was it? Because I mean, I'm trying to remember all the teams he was.
I mean,
on.
he had a few quarterbacks. but
Yeah.
Did he have Romo?
he had Philip Rivers as a quarterback for a few
Yeah,
years.
he did have Romo for 1 year.
He had
down.
Philip.
Not as a head coach. Not as
Not
a head
as
coach.
a head coach, but as an
But
OC.
people will look at and people will look at that and say he's a better OC. And some guys are better OCs than they are head coaches.
Who did he have in Washington all those years?
Hey, it was the same thing with the same thing with Dave Wanstead.
Well, here's my argument.
His voice
We can
voice
all
is
say
deeper than his
I'm just
we can
calling
also
names.
we can all to some degree say that Kyle Shanahan is a good head coach. Okay.
Mhm.
However,
well, definitely.
we can say that. However, if
Is he?
if he's been to a Super Bowl a couple of times, so if his first foray as a head coach, if he started off the first 3 years of his head coaching career with Desmond Ridder as his quarterback, then we would be probably saying the same thing, that he's a better OC and just not cut out to be a head coach. But he didn't have a terrible quarterback. He had a decent quarterback, and that's the difference.
But Keely, I cannot say he a good head coach, and this why. You get to the Super Bowl twice, but what got you to the Super Bowl is running the ball, and you don't do that in the Super Bowl.
I mean, Dan Reeves, we just said is one of the best coaches in Falcons history, and he's lost 5 of them, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not going to criticize someone for losing Super Bowls when
he had John Elway.
Super Bowl, and you only
had
get
John Elway.
Yeah,
I mean, I get what you're saying.
You only there's only
and
6 weeks in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, same thing with Marv Levy in Buffalo. They went to 4 straight Super Bowls,
and that was incredible.
And they should have won the first one they were in. They should have won that. They should have won that.
Yeah, that was
Scott Norwood. I tell you.
Like people have said that the comparison to Dan Quinn for me is too much. It's all rah cheer type of coaching, and I understand not every player gravitates to being a head buster, but as I need to see some type of fire. I need to see some type of being pissed off. I need to see some type of something. Your players are a direct reflection of you, and if you walk around like la di da, then that's gonna rub off on your players. And I see a lot of la di da out there on the field, and so I mean, I never wanted him anyway. It's gonna get worse if he don't switch up, if he don't make adjustments, if he don't change. It's gonna be more of the same, and I'm tired of the same.
I can't argue that because I'm looking at it too because he really hasn't. Or
now look at Titus' question. What you think?
But this is what I'm saying. It's like being okay with mediocrity. Like, we win. We win. We win, but at the same time, we win by crazy means that moving forward aren't going to always work. I mean, this is what I'm saying, and I said this before, and people, don't understand. Yes, we beat the Saints. Yes, we beat Tampa Bay. Yes, we beat this team and that team. And yes, we had hurt people. They had hurt people. Moving forward, as teams get healthy and as we approach the playoffs, teams are going to be a lot harder to beat, and we are not changing anything that we're doing. So how are we going to beat said teams when we barely beat them before when they weren't healthy? That's my whole point.
Coach, the Falcons had a bad day on offense. Going forward, as long as the offense is solid and consistent.
Yeah, as long as who wants to who why would you want to say that? As long as the offense is solid. It should be your offense is solid and they go out there and they win. But if our
Coach,
offense
you
isn't
gotta think
solid, we're going
it's
to
still
lose.
early. I mean, like I say, I gotta see how we come out against Tampa. That said, we was on a 3-game winning streak before we had this lull against.
So I agree with Tidy's statement, but I think the difference is like a great head coach or a good head coach are going to beat teams that we're not supposed to beat. Like
Right.
I think an average head coach just wins the games that we should beat, but a great head coach or a Super Bowl winning head coach are going to beat the teams that we're not supposed to beat. Like a great head coach would have beat Kansas City or would have got
Right.
the upset.
That's my point. That's my point.
I got see.
Those
Saturday
are
night,
the type of coaching. The great
Saturday
coaches
night.
pull stuff like the great coaches.
Look, let's
they
see
win
how we
games that
play.
they're not supposed to.
We still got, like y'all said, now that some teams have surprised us, it's some games coming out in the schedule. It's gonna be real challenges. So let's see. We still got to see how we perform against them going forward.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Look at how we
overreact. Don't overreact on this Seattle game.
But this isn't year one for Raw. This is like like year 3 or 4 for him for Raw. He's been a head coach before.
Oh yeah,
he was a head coach in Tampa.
Wait a minute. Now, Keely, this is year 1 for him here as head coach.
I get it, but he's not a rookie head coach.
You got to start the count over, don't you?
No. So
why not?
If Bill Belichick would have got hired, he would have been a rookie head coach. If Bill Belichick got hired, he would have been a rookie head coach. No, because he had coached somewhere else previously. Same thing with your boy who would coach out in Seattle. He was a failure in New England at first. Then he went to USC, Pete Carroll, and then he came back. He was not a rookie NFL head coach when he went to Seattle. He had already failed when he was in.
Oh no! I'm not saying that he is a rookie head coach. No, that's different from a first-year head coach in another system. Okay,
he is the system. He creates the system. He is not new to it. He is not new to head coaching. He has head coaching experience.
Okay.
I agree.
But
I agree with that. He ain't off on that.
He is not a rookie head coach. That's out the window. He is a veteran head coach.
He had a couple years in Temple, and then he took over interim in Atlanta.
That's right. But he is now no longer interim. He's the head coach. And
I don't want to hear he's still learning, but then we're gonna. I'm talking about what Red said. Like, how we gonna say he's still learning, but then we rate Arthur Smith over the coals, who was, I guess, quote unquote, learning. He was only here how many times? How many years? 3 years. How many years?
3 years.
How many years of experience did Raw coming in with?
Well, let's see. He coached Tampa Bay for, I want to say,
about
3 years for Tampa.
3.
And then he did that year.
And then half. He was a head coach for us for half a year.
It was personal with Arthur Smith for me. I never wanted Arthur Smith, so I was lying.
But the point is,
hey, what you saying, Winston?
It's just like Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn is a veteran head coach, but this is his first year in DC.
Yeah.
That's what we said.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The count starts over with the team.
I'm saying it don't start over to where he not gonna get held accountable for how we finished.
No, you're right, Red.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, he's gonna get held accountable for how we finished this season.
Here's what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna overreact off the Seattle game.
We shouldn't be seeing rookie mistakes from a head coach that has previous head coaching experience. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That's the point. Y'all can say whatever. This is his first time in Atlanta. Cool. He's been a head coach before, and matter of fact, he's been a head coach before in Atlanta.
What mistakes you think? What mistakes you talking about, Keely? So I can see what you're talking about.
Like a lot.
Man. They jump in here, coach. Let me see what Keely's talking about.
No, I'm just saying. I'll put like this: if I got another crack at it, another second chance at life, or whatever, like I never knew I was going to get another head coaching opportunity, I wouldn't be so patient in making some of these changes, right?
Thank you.
So in terms of how the defensive coaching is going, right? In terms of how waiting for Zach to get his footing, whatnot, I wouldn't have that level of patience if I've been given a second chance. And the chances aren't coming that often for a lot of black coaches. He got his one. It took him how many years to get another coaching opportunity after Temple? It's been how many years? He was like in
Like
mid-30s.
like
Yeah, that's
8,
what
I
I'm saying.
believe.
It took 8 years for him to get a second opportunity. I'm not going to be that patient if I had to wait 8 years just to get another head coaching opportunity.
That right there is what I'm saying. We only why do we have to keep? I keep being told, oh, we're winning, man. Just be happy. Oh, where's this? Just be happy. Like, no, I'm not okay with mediocrity. Yeah, we winning, but I don't want my team to be good. I want my team to be great. And I don't see
Well,
nothing in him. I don't see nothing in
I
him
don't want you to be happy. What I'm saying is,
let me
I don't want
finish
you
what
to
I'm saying.
overreact.
I don't see nothing
Yeah.
in him whatsoever so far that is going to lead this team to the Super Bowl. I don't see no
Now,
urgency.
is this how
I
you
don't see
felt?
no
Is this how you
fire.
felt when we was
I
on the
see
winning streak?
straight Dan Quinn 2.0 in Atlanta yet again.
Is this how you felt when we were on the winning streak, Coach?
Yes, I've said it
he has said it.
multiple times.
Yeah.
I don't
All right.
care that we're winning. I don't just want my team to be good. I want my team to be great. I want my team. I
Well,
want
Coach,
people
now
to
come on.
know that we're
What?
going to blow. I don't want us to win because we got pick not a pick six drop punt
Tidy, don't
return
grade him on the
some
curve,
freak
Tidy.
Hold on.
Okay,
some freak.
realistically, Coach,
Yeah.
how great did you expect us to be this year? I'm talking about great. How great did you expect us to be this year?
This year, I don't even remember. I think I said like 13 games, like 13
But
on paper. Looking at the beginning of the year, I said we will lose 2 games. I said we will lose Kansas City, and I said we will lose Philly,
All
and
right.
then I said we will lose
why should
1 game to
expectations
Tampa
matter
Bay.
though? Why should expectations matter? Like
And
if you
that's
see
my point.
somebody, no matter what the expectations were, right? If you see someone doing something stupid, should you not say, okay, that was stupid?
All right.
Right?
Hold on.
No matter
I
what
want
your
to
expectations were.
Tidy. I love you, but I gotta get on this one. About 4
I
comments.
want to win more
back.
than 1 game,
Hold
Tidy.
on. Four
How far
comments
back?
back. 4 comments, if you could. It's the
Like
one
we
where
shouldn't have Super Bowl expectations,
The
but
one
we
before
should
this one?
still
Yeah.
expect.
No, that's the one. That's the one.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
So Tidy's saying, gotta allow the man to get some of his players in here. Timeout, because I have been yelling this from March when you were in free agency, and you went all from free agency to preseason week 1. You were looking at this roster. You were key, and you did nothing to beef up this defensive line. You did nothing to try to upgrade until you had 2 injuries, and then you got some guys.
Well, that's. I mean, he did what he did what he did with the money, with the amount of money he had.
But I thought Terry was cooking though. Everybody was talking about
yeah.
Terry was cooking, and he did all these free agent signings and all this. Now
finish.
the cupboard is bare now. Oh man, come on, man.
No, and that's what I'm saying, because I get it. And my thing is this: yes, you had to pay the quarterback, but again, you had opportunities to take care and look for guys. Because I'm hearing people go, well, we don't. This guy doesn't fit our system. This guy doesn't fit our system. This guy doesn't fit our system. Who's in charge and looking at the roster going, yeah, I could work. Yeah, I could make him work with this system. That's the coach. And I'm agreeing with Keeley and also Coach, because I said, why on earth, if this was your second chance, why did you not go and get an experienced head or an experienced defensive coordinator? Go get you an experienced offensive coordinator. You want to hook up your boys? Fine. Put them as assistants underneath them so they can learn. That's what I'm talking about. You're telling me Jim Cardwell couldn't work with Kirk Cousins. Are you telling me that Steve Wilkes, who knows the NFC South well and also knows the 49ers system well, you're telling me he can't coach? That's why I'm like so aggravated.
I don't want to. Tidy talking about need some play. I don't. Y'all people have been singing Terry praises the every single offseason. We've drafted first round in the top 10 every like we literally supposed to be one of the most talented teams because Terry's been cooking. Terry's been cooking. Every offseason is Terry is cooking. And we drafted a unicorn. We drafted allegedly the greatest running back in the history of all drafted running backs. And we drafted the best receiver in the draft. Come on, bro. Like we did all this off-season work, and now the complaint is players now. Like we got the two best we got two all-pro safeties back there, bro. Like and what are we talking? What could have Terry have done more? Like if I get
see this. Let me hop in real quick.
I just don't want to hear the complaint about players when literally that's the thing everyone been saying is Terry's been cooking every single offseason.
Especially with Raheem.
And to piggyback,
he got the offense in the shape. That's great. I 100% salute that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But my biggest thing was because, he made some good signings. He definitely did.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest issue is this: when it came to draft time, and you already knew who your DC was, you already knew what scheme he was going to run. Why the hell there's not one person in this damn draft that fit your scheme? There's not the first person that he drafted that fit his scheme. Everybody that he drafted is 4-4-2.
So hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Why is he not playing a 4-3? Like you can't
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You have the talent for a 4-3 on this roster. When Raheem came in and he saw the team he had. He didn't see a talent for 3-4. Why we got to go get players for 3-4 when you already got a roster that's 4-4-3?
I don't know.
So this is what I'm saying to answer Tiny's question with
Rob and Lake. That's the issue that I'm having because y'all both are two defensive people.
Yeah,
both are defensive oriented people. Like that does not make sense. You can sit there. You can clearly sit there and see that every person that's on this team.
No, so let me.
Tidy is grading on the curve because if we beat Tampa, we beat a wounded Tampa. That doesn't make us a good team. It means that we are able to be a team that is struggling right now because they're injured. That does not mean that we're a good team. Like if we beat Carolina 3-4 games in a row, that does not make us a good team. The record is going to reflect we got 3 games in a row. It's just that we beat a bad team.
Yeah.
So let me say this. This is to answer your question, Tidy. This is what I have been saying about the coach all along. Forget the draft.
NFL team.
Forget the draft. Forget all of that. The team is who the team is now. And for him to be a head coach, and piggyback off what Keely said, his ability to make adjustments are slow to non-existent. That is my issue with him. I don't care about none of the team is who we got. The players on this team is the players we're gonna have at the end of the season. I don't see them doing anything else. It is what it is. But he has made, as the head coach, 0 adjustments. He has made no adjustments on offense. He has made no adjustments on defense. He has done nothing. And I see him week in, week out on the sideline, chewing gum, laughing and joking, and not putting fire in these guys. And you can see that with these stupid penalties that we keep having, which is a lack of discipline, a whole bunch of holding, a whole bunch of linemen downfield, a whole bunch of stupid penalties that we normally, as a Falcons team, don't get. Like we may get a pass interference, we may get a holding here and there, but for the most part, we're one of the least penalized teams. We're getting penalties. I mean, it's just everything about this team to me has no sense of urgency, has no discipline, and that all comes from the head coach. That is my issue.
Hey, Antonio.
What's going on, Antonio?
What's up? What's up?
Okay, now let me like James Brown said, let a man come in and let's do the popcorn. I need to play the song, man. I had an urge to dance right now. At any rate, Antonio, don't you and Coach don't say it. I know what you finna. I know what you finna do. Don't.
I mean,
say
weren't you hanging out with James Brown back in the day, though? I mean, you know.
Oh! I'm getting punched from an unknown source. Oh my goodness!
What?
Okay,
Look. First of all, I got the grade 2.
John was the original Mr. Bird.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's all
Well,
good.
that was a sniper shot from Sika. I mean, he became American sniper with that.
Elephants and offended alley cats have long memories. I just want y'all to know that. But okay, when you ask me what's going to be our record this year?
Yeah.
What did I say?
You don't know the team, and you were not comfortable giving a prediction. I'm repeating what you told me on my show, and I agreed with that.
I just want to make sure that my thoughts are the same thing that I said, because a lot of times, I might veer off or venture off, but that's close enough. That's close enough.
Okay.
Because now there is a feeling out process, because guess what? How many people did we pick in the draft, and how many people did we pick up in free agency? And then how many people are left over from Arthur Smith's team? Because Arthur Smith, the running game, that's not Raheem Morris. That's Arthur Smith. Okay. We have changed it to a certain matter of fact, like I've been saying, you need a fullback. We weakened it. Okay. We really weakened the running game. Even though we do gash people and we do run over people, we weakened the running game that Arthur Smith brought here. All right. I usually give head coaches their first year before I start, hollering and yelling or whatever. And I believe I'm a little bit out of character because I am complaining about the offensive coordinator and defense coordinator. I'm kind of out of character because of what Coach just said, because of what Keeley said. Dumb plays, dumb penalties. These things don't sit well with me because, I get on them the same way I get on basketball players.
Yep.
You are 1 of 53 of 400 folks that are professionals that made it to the league. Okay, dumb stuff I can't ride with. Dumb stuff I can't ride with. Just like last year, and I always bring this up. Drake London would catch the ball, but he was trying to look pretty with them sleeves on, and they would just knock it right out. And so I'm saying, hey, take them damn sleeves off. And after this past Sunday, I want to tell them take them gloves off too. And the reason why I give them this first year is because there's still, even though he's a head coach and he's been a head coach before, there is still a kind of a feeling out process that goes on. Now it's really bad because my offensive coordinator has a 2-page playbook. Okay. I have a quarterback that's a statue. Matter of fact, and I'm gonna ask y'all, did you all see Kirk Cousins get ready to run, but just froze and folded up and waited until the man tackled him? Did y'all see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Y'all see that? And see, my thing, oh, man, what are you doing? And I have to remember, I have a statue. I have somebody that's not going to be getting yards running, as is the league, what the league is going to now.
I'm not as
So
quick as I used
I'm
to
I'm
be.
I'm just I'm mad because of what happened this past Sunday, because of the fact oh Lord, see Tidy on here and look who done. Who done. Oh, Uncle Steve has come in. Is he still up? No, that's somebody else I lost. Did I lose somebody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Now, John, can I ask one thing?
Do we have Coach
Oh,
or
Coach.
Keely still here?
Coach.
Oh, there we
Yeah, I
go.
lost Coach. Okay, I had to count.
Yeah, okay. I think Coach is back.
Yeah, so that's what I was looking at, and we would like to welcome Tidy Jones from the Atlanta Bird game. He's been typing, but you know how it is when you can't type fast enough where you need to talk. What's up, Tidy?
What's up, gentlemen? Good evening.
What's up, Tidy?
What's up?
Good evening.
Evening. Listen, man, this is the man's first year with the Falcons. His first all season, his first draft. Super Bowl can't be the expectation in 2024. We sent at 4-3. I get it. We look like shit against Seattle. Okay, I get it. You go out there and beat Tampa Bay, you 5-3, midway point through the season. You got to be okay with that. You got to look at that and say, okay, it's satisfactory. I mean, have we looked great all year? No. Have we looked bad all year? No. We ain't really lost to no team that we should not have lost to, with the exception of maybe Seattle. And a lot of people say Seattle was going to beat us because they had started to get healthy. They had lost 3 in a row. We had won 3 in a row. So at some point, the math was gonna catch each team. We went out there, we fought, we battled hard against Pittsburgh. We went out there and we fought, we battled hard against Kansas City. Ain't like we been coming out here getting embarrassed. We talking about the coordinators he hired. Okay, Arthur Smith came in and he hired a guy who had been in football damn near 50 years. Defense still look like shit. We had to come get a quarterback. You had to pay him. It ain't like they did not try to improve the defensive line in the offseason. They went after a lot of guys who just decided to go elsewhere. And that's one thing fans gotta understand and realize. When you got a free agent, they got options. Everybody don't want to come play for the Falcons. Everybody don't care about the hot wings and the pretty women, strip clubs. That ain't gonna entice a lot of multi-millionaires. So we ain't gonna
I don't know why not.
We ain't gonna get every. Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We ain't gonna get everybody we try to get. And then when we start talking about who he drafted in 2021 and 22, that ain't got nothing to do with Raheem Morris. He went here for that. He was winning Super Bowls when we drafted them guys. So
the point is, in referencing that, is that there's talent on the team.
Yes, there's talent on the team, and we winning games. I mean,
losing is I think when we're talking about coaching, right? We're talking about things we're seeing schematically, right? We're talking about the puzzling things, right? Like what the offense was doing in that first game against Pittsburgh, right? We're talking about those things. We're talking about why this team's so undisciplined with all the penalties, things like that.
You say what they did against Pittsburgh. They went against Pittsburgh. You had an arrested ass Kirk Cousins who couldn't hit the side of a barn. There you go. That was the whole game right there. That's not.
But you're oversimplifying it.
No,
I'm not the whole game.
That's not on Raheem Morris. That's not on Raheem Morris. That's your quarterback stunk the first game.
So it was just simple as the quarterback had nothing to do with play call.
It was 80% was that Kirk Cousins looked like shit. He had played it damn near a year.
So Toddy, let me say this, bro. Let me say this, brother. When I'm talking about him or when I'm critiquing him, I'm not mentioning no players, no nothing, none of that. I'm strictly talking about his coaching, and his coaching. He is not. So how long, you say give him time. How long we're now week 7, week 8, whatever. He has not changed nothing on offense. He has not changed nothing on defense. When asked about it, legitimately asked about what's going on with your defense and the lack of pass rush, we're moving in the great, we're moving in the correct direction. Like, you know, it's to me is no sense of urgency, and you can the as they say, the meat rot from the head down. So because he has no urgency, the rest of the team has no urgency. Because he has no discipline, the rest of the team has no discipline. I'm not talking about drafting. I'm not talking about none of that. I'm solely talking about his product that he is putting on the field, and he is not up to par at this moment.
Coach,
Period.
Coach, the offense has changed drastically from week 1 to week 8. I'm talking about drastically from week
And you're
1 to
right.
week 8.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So how you say that there has not been any changes?
So
I'm saying
it was bad because Kirk was bad, but
exactly.
it's good now because it's coaching and not because Kirk has gotten the help.
Kirk is playing better. They
Okay,
done.
so
they
that
done-
has nothing. Then that is Kirk health, right? Is it Kirk
Right.
health or the coaching?
No. Y'all remember? I was one of the few that kept saying that he was healthy, but it was going to take him some time to get over that mentally. It was never about health to me. I never went with the health narrative. Never. And there's never a show where y'all can say I said that Kurt didn't look healthy. I always said I thought Kurt was 100% healthy, but there's going to be a mental point mentally that he has to go through to get back.
The game needs to slow down. It needs to slow down for him.
He's mentally healthy now. Okay, so that's why we winning, because he's mentally healthy.
We win it because it takes time, y'all. I mean, y'all, I get it. Y'all tired of losing. I'm tired of losing. But
it's not about the losing. That's not what we're saying. We're saying there's bad coaching decisions from someone who's been a head coach for 3.5 years in this league. When you're running a 3-4, when you have the personnel for a 4-3, we think that's a bad coaching decision. When your team frequently is undisciplined and get flags, that has something to do with coaching. We're pointing out the coaching.
My stance from day one has always been clear. I don't think the scheme would make a big difference. You don't. The players play. How many times have I said this on all these shows? Players make plays. Them motherfuckers on defense ain't making no plays on the front seven.
You have to put your players in position to make plays.
The line,
exactly. That's the point.
Y'all,
right
listen,
there.
Y'all can say that to you, blue in the face. But when I sit back and I watch these films and I'm watching everybody get beat on one-on-one matchups, I'm watching linebackers run around, don't know where they're supposed to be. I'm watching linebackers who can't make impact tackles. There is a talent deficiency there on defense. That's why I say you got to let the man get his players in here too. He ain't gonna come here and turn shit to gold in one off season.
But you don't have to. But you don't have to, Toddy. Again, you're saying what I'm saying. He doesn't have to come in here and immediately turn everything to gold and make us Super Bowl contenders. But what you do have to do is come in here and put your players in the best position to win football
Coach.
games.
Okay. With that said, Coach, what game, in your opinion, that we lost that we should have won minus Seattle?
It has nothing to do with the win.
Yes, it does. Hold on.
I'm not talking about win and lose losses.
Well, you should be talking about win and losses because that's all that matters in the NFL. Wins and losses. That's
Absolutely.
all that matters.
Listen, Toddy. I'm not talking about wins and losses. I'm different than everybody else. I have been talking about his decisions as a coach, bro. I'm not talking about specifically wins and losses. I'm talking about strictly his decisions, and his decisions and lack thereof are really giving Dan Quinn "I just want to be your friend" vibes. Again, I will say this again. Hold on. Let me finish real quick. Let me finish real quick. The prime example of exactly what I'm talking about is I believe we were playing Kansas City. It may have been Kansas City or it may have been the game after Kansas City. We were getting penalty after penalty after penalty after penalty, and they just kept showing Raheem Morris, and he just standing on the sideline chewing gum, smiling, laughing, and joking with players.
What are you supposed to do, Coach? What are you supposed to do,
He's
Coach?
supposed to coach. Get on.
Hold on. Wait. What I'm saying, but listen to me. You're saying you got a problem with him being happy-go-lucky on the sideline. Let me ask you this. When we hired Raheem Morris, you had, and I get it, we fans, but you had solidified NFL players, Hall of Famers, Pro Bowlers that gave this man none but the utmost props and respect. So
Of course they go there. Of course.
No.
Of course they go.
They don't do that for everybody. They don't do that for everybody. They don't do that for everybody.
For every player's coach, you've heard them do that. He's a player's coach.
They don't do that for everybody.
Dan Quinn was getting fired. Meanwhile, the whole team was having meetings begging them to keep Dan Quinn. Like,
okay, what is Dan Quinn doing now? What is Dan Quinn doing now?
Well, when he was here, we was losing.
But did we not go to a Super Bowl that hold on? Did we not go to a Super Bowl that we all know we should have won with Dan Quinn?
We were not having meetings about keeping Dan Quinn in 2016. I'm talking about 2020 when he was getting fired, when we were pissed, when we were a piss poor team. They were having meetings pleading like, please, let's win for Dan Quinn. He doesn't deserve to go. But the product on the field was bad, was it not?
At certain points of Dan Quinn's tenure was. Once the talent got old.
Specifically, the time period in which they were having these meetings, trying to convince upper management to keep Quinn, we were a bad team. I'm not trying to play semantics and say 2016, 2017. I'm talking about the time in which his job was on the line. They were having meetings because he's a player's coach. They were advocating for him, even though the product on the field was bad.
My point, before we get off track, is just because you see a coach on the sideline smiling and he ain't sitting up throwing his headphones all crazy and cussing everybody out, you can't coach a bunch of men who are multimillionaires like that. That ain't gonna work with everybody.
I don't necessarily want to see that. What I want to see, though, Tidy, is I want to see a coach handling the situation. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, but coach, how do you know he's not? You're not in the headphones. You're not in the meeting room. You can't see it. Coach. If you are a coach, let me put it to you this way. Let me talk to you this way. If you are a coach, you're telling me send my black ass up in the stadium, I could tell exactly how you're coaching from the stands.
So okay, I'm gonna put it to you like this. So yes, you can. Hold on. Let me finish. If this week I'm getting 17 penalties, and the next week I get 14 penalties, and the week after that I get 6 penalties, and the week after that I get 3 penalties, yes, you can see that on the field, my coaching has changed the product on the field. We're not seeing that. Now, I am strictly I'm not talking about players. I'm not talking about nothing. I am strictly talking about how the team is being run. You see that there is a glaring issue with your defense, and you have done nothing. You have not changed one thing to try and even see if it will make a difference. You're not doing anything to see if you can change it. Oh, we're moving in the right direction. That's what you're saying. But you have done nothing to change it. So that's a coaching issue.
If you change stuff like that after 6-7 games, when that make people think you're panicking or something.
No, you want to fix the problem. You just want to fix the problem. Like if Caleb McGarry is getting abused on the side, you would think a coach would make some type of adjustment so that TJ Watt wouldn't have this monster of a game. That's what coaching is. You make adjustments. You see your poor Caleb McGarry getting abused over here. Let's try something. Like that's what coaching is. Like if you're getting to his point, like if you see a difference or improvement, then that's a sign to improvement as a coach. Like that's a sign to coaching. There's evidence of it.
Did y'all think we were gonna beat Pittsburgh week 1? Did anybody mark that down on their prediction sheet?
I did. Yes.
I did.
All right, so I'll give y'all that. What did y'all? And I know you, coach. You already said you had us at 13 wins, and I'm gonna be honest. I thought there was some very lofty expectations. I guess I'm looking at this as a more realistic standpoint. I understand if this guy's inherited a 7-10 team, you got to go out here and buy a quarterback. You only got one off season to do your draft and to try to get some free agents in here. Man, you're not gonna flip this team where they're gonna be 6-1 the very next year. If so, hey, go to Vegas because your luck is in your favor.
But again, you're talking about players, bro. We're not. I'm not talking about players.
No. Raheem was talking about players. He said if Arthur Smith had a quarterback, he didn't say a whole new team. He said if Arthur Smith had a quarterback, then he wouldn't even be a Falcons head coach. So he didn't give an image of, oh, we need 12 more pieces. He said we just need a quarterback, because if there was a quarterback on this team, then there wouldn't be a new job open. So
okay, so is the season over? Can we still win more games?
Yes, but
that's not what the point is. The point is this. All right, it's the same logic we use with the boy Desmond Ridder, when we laugh at the fact that he won all these games, but we question the competition and the conference that he played in. It's the same thing. We're as of right now, Tampa is severely injured, New Orleans severely injured, Carolina is trash. So by default, just by being the last healthiest team left, we should make the playoff. We should win the division. That doesn't make us a good team, though. We just should win the division because we're the last team that's healthy.
I guess healthy is subjective, because we have injuries on this team at key positions also.
Okay, we didn't lose our come on.
No, but I'm saying we had listen, bro. We played like 2 games, Mr.
Bro, they lost their starting quarterback and Derek Carr, dog. Like, we didn't lose our
starting
quarterback.
Did Derek Carr play when we played him?
Okay.
I'm just asking. Was Derek Carr not on the field when they played the Falcons game?
I'm talking about the probability of the Saints competing in the division. It's hard to compete in the division if you don't have your franchise quarterback. Correct. Bro. So the remaining the remaining of the schedule in which they play without Derek Carr, is the probability of them winning the games higher with or without Derek Carr.
So this is the vibe I'm getting for y'all. Y'all want to say because
are we shifting off the topic now?
No, I'm about to address this topic. Give me a second to finish. This is the vibe I'm getting. If Team A, Team B, and Team C got a certain amount of injuries, if we beat those teams, it don't matter. Man, that's not how the NFL works. That ain't how college football works.
If we lose,
Keelan, let me ask you this. Hold on, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Did you discount Georgia's national championship when Bama had all the wide receivers? Did you not celebrate it when they had all the wide receivers injured?
I put an asterisk there. I can acknowledge the fact that they lost the 2 best receivers on the team. Like, I'm not gonna ignore the context. Like, I'm not losing scope of reality. I can acknowledge that Williams and your boy went to the what's the boy Michi. I'm not gonna discount that didn't happen.
Right. Okay. So
I'm not gonna ignore it.
So like a year or 2 later, when we lose the national championship because our best players hurt, our probably 3rd or 4th best players hurt, do you think anybody gave a damn about that?
It don't matter if they gave a damn. It's context. I can say, but
it's skewed context. The name of the game is winning and losing. That's all that matters. Like, you can't control who healthy and who hurt. You shouldn't worry about that unless it's in your locker room.
Look, we're not dumb enough to know that there's a reason why we win.
It's not about being dumb, bro. Football is a game of attrition. Never forget that. It's a game of attrition. That's why let me finish. That's why they allow a 53-man roster. That's why every single coach on every single competitive level will always utter these simple words: next man up.
That sounds great. However, the last time Georgia played Texas, right? When people say Texas beat Georgia, you know the first thing I say? All the starters sat for the draft.
But that's you though, bro. That's you. Let me say something.
The starter set.
Right.
That is me because I have context.
I don't care.
Baker. I know all the starters who are going to the draft sat out that game.
I don't care that Alabama missed their wide receivers. I could have gave a damn on that. I sat here and celebrated like Prince say, like with 1999. And I can promise you, when Bowers was hurt, Ladd McConkey was hurt. Didn't nobody give a damn about them being hurt. That's football, bro. You're going to get hurt. Injuries, one thing about football, you have a 100% chance of getting hurt. Somebody's going to be hurt.
Okay, that's cool. Now, back to my original question. Does the Derek Carr being hurt, right, does that give them a better probability of winning in the division or a lower probability with Derek Carr being down?
Why does that? Why does that matter though? How does
It's a
that
very
matter?
simple question. It's a
But
very simple question.
where are we going with that? He's hurt. Okay,
It's the
so
most
what?
important
He's
position
hurt.
on the field.
Okay, he's hurt.
Which means the chance of them winning lowers, correct?
That's their problem. That's their issue. What do they got to do with Raheem Morris?
Okay.
We already beat them with Carr in the game. What does that have to do with Raheem Morris and his coaching? You think he loses sleep over Carr being hurt? You shouldn't lose sleep over Carr being hurt. What does that got to do with us and our coaching staff? Nothing. We don't care about that.
It is about the division in which you're competing in. I've already made the statement. What I'm saying is that if everyone else in the division is hurt, if every other starting quarterback in the division go down and we win it, like we can't ignore the context that nobody else is competing with us because they can't win any games. They don't have their starting quarterback.
That's on them, bro. That's on them. What does that
Dude.
have to do with coaching? That's what I'm asking. How does that correlate with coaching? I thought when I came on here, we was gonna talk about how Raheem Morris is coaching, not if Derek Carr is hurt or
Well,
not.
you brought up the narrative. Hold on. You brought up that, well, if we beat this team, then we're back in the division. The point is, what that got to do with coaching? It's just another. I'm telling you, you're talking about the same thing. You're talking about how we're competing in the division. You said, well, we beat Temple, then we're up in the division again, right? Ain't that what you said? I'm talking about division. Just
That's actually not what I said. I said if we go and beat Temple, what does that leave us at then? And then you start talking about everybody being hurt. Like we can't control that, bro. We can't control who get hurt.
I'm talking about the division, just like you're talking about the division. I said my counter to what you said was, just because we win a terrible division, that doesn't mean we're a good team. It just means we're the best of a bad division.
So if we make the playoffs, we're supposed to be upset because we're playing in the NFC.
I'm not saying we should be upset or not. I'm including the context. It's the same context.
But why does that context matter though, bro?
The same context where we included when coach thought he was big some because they were winning in the Big 12, and then it came over to the SEC where they actually had to win against good teams. It's the same context that we were just talking about with Texas.
So backup quarterbacks can never beat teams. Is that what you're saying?
Pum, shots fired.
Okay.
No, that's a serious question because as a Falcons fan, I done seen plenty of backup quarterbacks whoop our ass.
Yeah, you've seen it. However, you don't see them win as many as the starters. That's the context. We're talking about probability. Do you have would you feel more confident playing with Taylor Heineke as your quarterback or with Kirk Cousins?
Was Jalen Hurts injured when we played Philly?
That you're diverting.
No, I'm not.
Feel more comfortable with?
No, I'm just gonna be transparent, bro. Like this injury argument don't matter to me. That's not how football works, dog. You play who on your schedule. If they got injuries, that's on them. If we got injuries, that's on us. We can't control that.
Famous for playing 3 games, Millie Mills. He only played 3. He only was responsible for playing 3. Carson Wentz played 13 of them. They were a number 1 seed, not because of Nick Foles. They were a number 1 seed because of Wentz was having an MVP season. So if we're gonna act like the equivalent of the backup is just as like the probability of winning is just as equal with the backup as it is with the starting quarterback, then we're gonna sit here and tell a bold-faced lie.
So hold on real quick, Toddy. I got a question to ask you. If you could just say yes or no for me. So this year, have you seen more penalties this year or so far than you've seen last year?
Yeah, that is on coaching. Yes.
Okay. Have you seen basically the same? Well, okay. You said on Waffle House it's not the same team, so I'm gonna go with you. We all missing people. Okay, so I will say this: have you seen any in these games any type of adjustment, even if it's moving a player around from one position to another one, starting a different player? Have you seen any adjustments on defense that you can recognize this year so far?
I have seen some adjustments on defense. I think y'all are really caught up in this 4-3-3-4.
No. I'm not even.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yes.
Have you seen a player being switched? Maybe this player don't play here. Like, let's try moving this one to linebacker. Have you seen any type of adjustments on the defense so far?
Well, I'm gonna say this: when you say move this player to linebacker, like give me some context,
I mean,
because I'm
just
gonna be honest.
anybody,
Let me
anybody.
finish.
So okay,
In the NFL, contrary to what we may say in these microphones, mid-season, you just don't put people at linebacker that ain't played linebacker all year. That's not what they do in the NFL.
I understand that, brother, but this is what I'm saying. If your team, right, is constantly at the bottom of something, you are going to do a number of different things to try and change that. You're gonna try and change the scheme, you're gonna try and change the package, maybe you're gonna try and change the substitution rotation. You are going to try something to make a difference in that. You're not just going to continue the same way and ram your head into the wall. So, what I'm saying is, have you seen a major change on our defense that will make you think that, okay, Raheem is trying some new stuff? He's trying to get us better.
Yeah, I watched us win 2 games this season where our defense was getting toe up in the first half. In those 2 games, we come out in the second half, we give up 2 field goals one game, 1 field goal the next game. That propelled us to a victory. That's called coaching adjustments, the way I look at it.
Yes. But also, and I think this is what Keely was saying. You have to take into consideration who you are playing as well. But I will say this. Okay, I'll give you that. Okay, yeah, we would have time. It did that. Okay, we have not played a team. Every team that we have played so far, in my opinion, has been on our level or slightly under us. Like, meaning every team that we have played so far, I can see us beating or losing, and it be close. Every last one. Moving forward, I don't see with no type of coaching changes. I don't see us beating a Minnesota. I don't see us beating a Washington. Why? Because our coach has not changed anything that we have done so far to put us in a position to win. I don't care about injuries. I don't care about players on the field. None of that. I'm solely talking about coaching changes and coaching ideas to put the team in the best position to win. And that has not been anything that I have seen from Raheem Morris. And that is my issue with him. It ain't got nothing to do with players, schemes, well, scheme a little bit, but it ain't got nothing to do with players, who's been drafted, who's on the team, none of that. I'm not seeing changes from him as a coach to put us in the best position because there's no way you're happy with the product that you're putting on the field. Constant penalties. I mean, it's just things are not changing, and that's an issue. That's
Coach,
solely coaching.
most non-Falcons fans did not see us going to Philadelphia and leaving with that victory, but we did. You
And
know,
that's fine, but again, I'm talking about the play on the. Okay, I'll tell you, I'll put it like this,
like
bro.
Coach, let me ask you this, Coach. Let me ask you this: are you expecting us to just go out there and blow every team out 42-10?
No, that's not realistic. No, it's not realistic. But what I do expect is for my coach to put the best possible product on the field to win the game. I'll put it to you like this, right? Okay, you got nieces, nephews. I don't know if you got any kids. I don't know. All right, you tell your niece, nephew, your child, whoever, to go in there and wash the dishes. They go in there and they wash the dishes. And then they put the dishes up. You go in there after them and you pick up one of those dishes and there's food stuck all on it. You know, it's stuff, crusted all on it. They washed the dishes. They did what they were supposed to do, but did they do it correctly? Absolutely not. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we're winning, but are we winning correctly? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
How are we not winning correctly? That's my question.
We're getting over 100 yards penalties, something that is uncharacteristic for us. There has been no change on the defensive side of the field. We're matter of fact, we went backwards this game, and I understand everybody's entitled to a bad game. But still, we went backwards as far as defense this past game. I mean, nothing is getting better. It's not even remotely getting better. If it was getting better, I'd be like, okay, but it's not getting better. It's actually getting worse. And
So
that is a
so
coaching
Because
issue.
what you
so
did
you
to beat
so you
a
telling
subpar team is
telling
better
me
than 5 games.
you telling me a team with a new coaching staff, a new quarterback, a lot of new players in key positions that started off 1-2, then they won 3 consecutive games. Things didn't get better. I get it. We look like shit against Seattle. Hey, I'll eat that. But you telling me to start off 1-2 and then win 3 consecutive games? That's not getting better.
No, again, I go back to the washing dishes analogy. Yes, we're winning, but how is it that we are winning? One of those games, it literally was field goals and just someone happened to get
Muff a punt,
a
muff
punt.
kick.
Yeah, a muff kick. Like, bro, it's
Coach,
there is context, but I'm not even talking about winning.
I'm sorry to cut y'all, but teams have won multiple Super Bowls off exactly what you just described.
You again,
The
and
way
that's why I
we
said.
beat
That's
the
why I
way we
said
beat Carolina,
I'm not
would
even
that
talking
fly
about
against
winning.
better
Honestly,
teams is the question. The way we beat Carolina, would that fly against better teams?
The way we beat Carolina, would that fly against other teams?
Yes, the way we looked against Carolina, though we walked out with a win, will that fly against better competition? Will that fly the way we played against Carolina? Could we walk out of a game in Minnesota like that with a win?
It's hard to say because every game has its own identity. I could counteract that and say, hey, we play like we played against Philadelphia. We can beat most teams in the league. I could also say, even though we lost, we play like we played.
Didn't necessarily play good against Philly though. Philly, they struggled early to start the year. We didn't necessarily play great against them.
and what's his name? One of their key players was hurt too, if I ain't mistaken.
Really good
Why y'all keep bringing up injuries, man? That's football, y'all. Come on.
Again, don't say y'all, because I'm really not even talking about players, bro. I'm solely talking about coaching and coaching strategy. That's all I want you to understand. I could care less about the players or none of that. What a coach only can deal with what he has to deal with. And I am saying,
well, wait a minute,
the injuries
Coach.
was brought up to just make a point. It wasn't to be continuously brought. It was brought up to make a point. The point about the division. That when we were having the discussion about a division, I was specifically talking about the injuries within the division. That's not to say that throughout the entire schedule. I'm talking about just because we win a division that's riddled with injuries at key positions, that does not mean we're a great team. That was the whole point of me talking about.
But who came up here and said the Falcons are a great team? Maybe I need to start there. Who said that? Who called us a great team? John, did you say that?
No.
Who called us a great team?
Good team, great team. We're playing with semantics. The point is that doesn't mean that we're how about this? That doesn't mean we're a well-coached team. How about that? Just because we beat up in a division, we play in a division that's beat up, that does not mean we're a well-coached team. How about that?
Okay, when you go back to playing a division that's beat up, like who have we beat like that? We just had this overwhelming advantage of injuries.
All right, so outside of head-to-head matchups, we can all concede that those teams, when they're not playing us, they're playing other teams, correct? So when they're playing other teams, they're either going to come out with a win or a loss based upon the injuries or talent that's available on those teams. So it's not necessarily just about head-up matchups because we're still competing with the other teams in the division, even when we're not playing them head-to-head, correct? So when Tampa and Carolina has a matchup, that plays a role in the division, even though they're not playing us, correct? And the team that may have more injuries at key positions, that can factor into that success in the division, correct?
But as long as we beat the teams in front of us, you can't control stuff that you can't control, bro.
We can't control that. Look, we're not. Kansas City isn't in our division. It's a whole different conversation. Kansas City is in our division, right?
Right. Okay,
then that's my point. I'm talking about. It's also about the talent that you're racing against in the division.
But who thought we was gonna beat Kansas City though?
Oh my God! I didn't say anything about a Kansas City head-up matchup. I said I'm talking about they're not in our division. That's what I'm saying. They're not in the NFC South. That's what I said.
Let me go back to this. Like maybe I'm missing.
It's a different conversation. If we were in the NFC South with teams that weren't beat up and were actually good, it's a different conversation in terms of racing in the South. That's the point I was making.
But bro, what team that we just beat that had a bunch of injuries? That's what I'm not getting that point of it.
Okay,
who did we beat? They would have a bunch of injuries.
All right, so let's say hypothetically, right? We beat the Saints at full strength, right?
Right.
And then the very next game after we played the Saints, we find out that Kamara, Carr, and all them out for the season, right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead of expecting to compete with them for in our head, we might have been thinking, oh, it's going to come down to the last week because the Saints look really good. Well, if you hear that their starting quarterback is down and their starting running back is down, and Olave down to hell, the head coach got ran over. All of them hurt. The point is, you no longer have the expectation that they're going to be competing for the division. Question. Shoot.
Were they not 2-4 before they got quote unquote a bunch of injuries?
Okay, so let's go. Let's explore. Let's get all the excuses out of the way. So let's go back into this hypothetical world. Let's say they were undefeated when they came to us, right? And then we beat them, and then the whole team got hurt. They all got hit by a bus, right? So now they got all but replacement players. So that team that we were expecting to compete all the way to week 17 in the division now doesn't look like they're going to be competing. There we go. We got rid of all the excuses.
But Keely, this is going back to my original point, and you're not trying to get this point any credence. We've beat these teams already when they were healthy, bro. So, and before you respond, let me say this point to you. If you beat them when they're healthy, I think we can beat them when they're healthy a second time.
Okay, that's great. However, have we played them twice?
I said I think we can beat them when they're healthy a second time.
You think, but we don't know. We know the probability.
We don't know.
We know that the probability is higher to beat them the second time around if they don't have their starting quarterback.
All right, let me put it to you this way. Going into this,
Spencer, I much rather face Spencer Rattler than Derek Carr.
Of course you would. Who won?
There you go. The probability is higher now.
Let me say it to you this way. Going into this season, I felt the Falcons were the best team in the NFC. Healthy, injured, whatever. So just because they done got hurt, now that's not going to be me saying, well, man, now we all capped up because they hurt. No, I thought going into the season we was the best team in the NFC.
Red Swarm, no one is complaining that we're 3-0 in the division. I think you might have missed the context of the conversation. The point is, my whole point was, that doesn't mean that because we're winning in a beat-up conversation, that doesn't mean that he's a good coach or that we're a well-coached team. It just means we're playing subpar competition. That was the argument that was made. I'm not complaining that we have won these games. That's not the point. The whole argument is we're arguing whether or not Raheem is doing an adequate job coaching. Heidi rebutted that, hey, we're 3-0. And then my rebuttal to that was, look, we're playing in a division in which Carolina has went down, Tampa Bay's riddled with injuries, and now the Saints were riddled with injuries. If we win a beat-up division, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're a well-coached team. So, Red Swarm, that's the whole point that I made. I'm not complaining that we actually are up in the division. I think we're going to win the division. I always thought we're going to win the division. I just think when we get there, we're going to lose because we're not a well-coached or a good team. We got flaws on the team.
And that's what I've been saying. Like, I don't understand why y'all would be so upset if we go to the playoffs and we don't get to the NFC title game or the Super Bowl.
I don't have that expectation.
Let me finish. That goes back to me saying that this is year one with Raheem. Give him a little time. Like you just can't put him on a chopping block with 1 year worth of off season, 1 year worth of draft picks. You know, hey, if we get to the playoffs and we lose, okay, we lost. Let's ante up and get better next offseason.
I don't have the expectation that we're going to win the Super Bowl this year. However, if I see Kyle Pitts throughout this season look like trash, I'm gonna say he looks like trash. Whether it be in 2 games, 1 game, whatever, on that game, I'm going to say he looks like trash. So that doesn't mean that anyone else is removed from those same criticism, including the head coach. There were games in which we can make the excuse for Arthur Smith. I would say Arthur Smith never had a quarterback, but there were times when people were critical in those games, like that wasn't a great coaching move. That wasn't a great coaching move. So, that's the same thing that's being applied to Raheem. We're seeing things like, yeah, that doesn't look like a great coaching move. And considering this isn't his first year coaching, this is his first year back in Atlanta. This is his second stint in Atlanta, and he had 3 prior years in Temple, so he has head coaching experience. I'm not going to treat him like he's a rookie head coach in his first year.
So you saying a team that's top 10 in offense? I think right now we're probably 17th or 18th in defense. As of right now, we have a winning record.
Where are we in run defense?
I get that, bro. Let me finish my point.
Okay, go ahead, finish it. I'm gonna go check that defensive ranking.
Right, I said I think, and
I'm gonna verify. Go ahead.
And we're currently 4-3. So y'all are telling me that's not adequate coaching?
No, bro, this is what I'm saying. This is what
you went back to the record, which was the
saying.
point of me making that statement. You went right back to the record, and that's the whole point of me talking about the competition we playing. Go ahead.
This is what I am saying. Again, I don't care. What I'm saying, I'm not. Let me rephrase that, because I definitely care if we win or lose. What I'm saying,
17th and
what I'm saying in relation to Raheem Morris, it has nothing to do with us going to the Super Bowl. It has nothing to do with any of that. I am solely talking about his ability to coach a NFL team, and in an instance where this is not his first time, he is not a rookie. He is not up to somebody echoing bad, or is that me?
That might be you, John. You got 2 people on the screen.
Yeah, it's John.
I do.
Yeah.
Hold up. You see what the heck going on here?
What?
Okay. I see what's up.
I thought somebody got kidnapped.
And more more rankings. We're 22nd in points allowed.
Okay, so yeah, but again, Tidy, I'm talking about stuff that could be easily fixed if you had a coach that wasn't just like your buddy, your friend, i.e. penalty.
Still doing I don't know what's going on. Okay, hold on. Red Tonio, Red Swarm, Dre, Winston. Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay, try it again, gentlemen.
Yo.
I don't know.
I had my mic muted.
Man, it must be something that my phone did.
Mute your mic, John. Well, no, it's not echoing when I talk.
Yeah, whenever I come out and
let me test this. Testing. We're 22nd in points allowed, 24th against the run. Testing.
Test.
Mic check.
John, mute your mic and figure it out.
John, you might need to go out and come back in.
He can't.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
It'll drop everybody.
No, it won't. He can come back in.
So, but yeah, so this is what I'm saying, Tidy. We can all agree, and I think you said it. We can all agree that our penalty ratio has went up exponentially this year, right? We can all agree on that, right?
I think so. I hadn't looked, but based on what I've seen, I would say that's a good affirmative.
Right. Okay. So that, in my opinion, is a direct reflection on coaching. That is a lack of discipline. So off the rip, this team has a lack of discipline. That is a issue. Again, not doing anything that is noticeable like you can clearly point to and say, hey, and I'm talking like if he was to put, of course, this wouldn't happen, but if he was to put Drake London on the defensive line, you'd be like, oh shit, Drake London on defensive line. What is he doing? He trying something. He doing something. He trying to figure it out. You would attribute that to him coaching. He is not doing none of that during the games. When you see issues and things happen during the games, teams get big plays, player gets a penalty, anything like that, and they pan to him. He just looks content and nonchalant. That is what I'm talking about. I'm not going. I don't care about the record or none of that. I care about him coaching this team, and from that aspect, it looks like he is another friendly, rah rah guy like Dan Quinn. And I remember hearing you, of all people, say you don't want another rah rah head coach like Dan Quinn. So how is it that you're giving him this pass when he's doing the same thing? That is my point. Again,
I said I'm good on slogans. I'm good on slogans. I don't need this brotherhood and none of that stuff anymore. And I hadn't heard that from Raheem Morris. Am I saying that? Am I coming up here saying that Raheem Morris is doing a magnificent or exceptional job or a great job coaching? No, I'm not. But at the same time, I'm not going to discount what he has done since he's been here in his first season as the current head coach of the Atlanta Falcons.
Why would you not discount it when right off the rip he's worse than what the last coach was?
No, he's not. How is he worse than the last coach?
Because we just said penalties have went up, right?
That in itself does not mean you're worse than the last coach because your
team does, because the last coach didn't have that issue.
So you
with the same offensive line, the same players. This is what I'm saying. With the same players, because nothing really has changed on offense from last year and this year. So with the same players from last year to this year, your issues go up. That's a sign of better coaching.
Does anybody know the Cincinnati Bengals record right now?
What are they? 2-4?
They're 2. What are they?
I think they're 3-4.
Are they 3-4?
Yeah.
Okay, they one of the least penalized teams in the NFL. Same with the New York Giants. Same with the San Francisco 49ers, Chicago Bears. Penalties does not mean that's not the only metric that you look at when you decide is your coach doing a good or bad job.
But what about the opposite end? Are the most penalized teams winning?
See, you're skewing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that is a metric of a good coach or not. I'm simply using that to say that he has issues that should not be there. He is not. He is being a friendly coach instead of a coach. You wouldn't have this issue with a Bill Belichick. You wouldn't have this issue with a Mike Tomlin. Like we gotta stop giving passes to people just because they're in Atlanta.
Coach, it ain't got nothing to do with being in Atlanta. Keeler, to answer your question, Baltimore Ravens are the second most penalized team in the NFL. I think everybody would take them right now.
What's going on, Toddy? Hey, what's happening, everybody listening to Keely, Cole,
Cleveland and Miami.
John, all
what's going on, Swore?
Hey, what's happening, brothers? Hey, listen, it took me a while. Keely, I do apologize. It took me a while just sort of tuning in. I joined the show very late, but tuning in, I do get your point, and I was off base on that. Listen, Coach, to your last point right there, let me say this. I think some of the criticism is fair, but I think some of it is really, really misdirected. No pun intended. But with the eye test that I have, I see an offense which is much different and way better than Arthur Smith was as a coach. Now, I don't attribute all that success to Raheem, because I think Raheem is actually doing, from what it appears, a decent job to let his coordinators run their sides of the ball. So that's why I say I don't totally disagree with you, because I think it's getting really close to the point that he may have to get involved with what we're seeing on the defensive side of the ball with Jimmy Lake.
And that literally
So
was my point. That literally was my
real
point.
quick, and I'll be done, brothers. I have to vehemently disagree with what you just said about the comparison you made to the offense penalty-wise in correlation to what we're seeing. And that's why I said, no pun intended to John and the show, my eye test is that we are way, way ahead of what Arthur Smith was able to do in 3 years on the offensive side of the ball. We have seen a reawakening with Kyle Pitts, whether you like it or not. Kyle Pitts
There's a
hasn't
huge
looked this
difference.
good. Kyle
Huge
Pitts
difference.
hasn't looked this good since he had Matt Ryan. Drake London is the number 7 wide receiver in the NFL right now.
Yeah, but that has
Darnell
nothing
Mooney
to
is
do with
balling
him.
out.
That has nothing to do with him. That has everything to do with Kirk Cousins.
You can't credit the coaches for what the scheme is and what the players are doing on the field, and then when it suits your argument, take the credit away from the coaches. You can't have
I'm
it
not
both
giving
ways.
them no credit. I'm not giving none of them any credit. So maybe other people.
I heard you discredit him and give credit to Arthur Smith. Did I or did I not?
Yes, but I'm not crediting how good the offense is doing because of Raheem Morris or the offensive coordinator. Our offense is playing better this year than it was last year because we have a small thing called Kirk Cousins as quarterback. That is a huge difference.
That's a huge upgrade
So
from
to my
Ritter.
point, and I'll let y'all jump in it. Irrespective of the one element that I did hear you interject, which was penalties. So regardless of the penalties, Kirk Cousins makes up for everything, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not quite sure why y'all go to these extremes. Nothing is a guarantee, and
No, I'm
nothing
retorting.
is
I didn't
everything.
go to the extreme. I'm retorting.
I've never said Kirk Cousins fixes anything or everything. My response was if I have the exact same team minus one player that I have on offense on the pieces that matter, meaning the line on offense last year that I had this year, and I have an exponentially more amount of penalties on offense this year than I had last year, one would surmise that is strictly from coaching because that is a lack of discipline. And your coach is who and what is supposed to instill discipline on you when it comes to when you are in between those hash marks and those sidelines on a football field on Sunday.
I mean, I think
that is
sometimes
my
that's
point.
true, but I also would suggest to you that could be largely due to the fact that your should-be Pro Bowl center is missing and has been for what now, 3 games?
Here's my question. So if Arthur Smith was the head coach of this team, the same roster, do you think we have a different record?
No, I think we have a worse record. And this is the reason why I would tell you, Keely, because the Pittsburgh Steelers just sat down Justin Fields for what's his name? Hell,
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And that is to say that I don't really think Arthur Smith knows what to do with a throwing quarterback.
So, or it could be just that Russell is a better quarterback than Fields.
My point exactly. Better at doing what? Better at doing what though?
At playing quarterback.
Okay, so let me say this. Is Russell Wilson a better runner of the ball than Justin Fields at this stage of his career?
I would say no.
What statistical numbers went up in this last game with the Steelers against the Jets, who have a top 10 defense?
You let me know.
Passing numbers.
Okay, and that point is what?
My point is that Arthur Smith is not that great at scheming for and elevating the role of a passing quarterback. I think
So how did they put up
anything
37 points?
Again to the eye test. If you look at George Pickens' body language and mannerism, he was calling for a change at quarterback scheme as much as anybody in Pittsburgh. That boy wasn't getting the ball, and he wasn't happy about it.
Here's my question: Why didn't Russ start game one?
Because he was injured.
All right. So why do you think he's starting now?
Because Justin was still winning. And the name of the game, we have to all agree, is wins over losses. That's the most important statistical. That's the most important statistical measure in competitive sports. I don't care if it's golf, tennis, you name it, cricket, volleyball, wins and losses.
All right, they're winning with both of them. So the point is really this simple. Russ was slated. He was QB1 going into week one. Justin Fields was never named the number one quarterback. He started because Russ was injured. Russ is no longer injured. Therefore, he started.
So let me ask you a question. And I know you've played sports at a high level. So what is the name of the game when somebody is winning? You do what to the hot hand?
Now, I'll say this. That doesn't apply in all situations.
Thank you, Coach. So just because
Russ got injured, that doesn't apply in all situations.
It didn't warrant Justin Fields being benched.
That's your opinion.
And I think you're right. That's all any of us have on here is opinion.
Yeah, but so here's what I'm saying. Though they're winning, you don't see all the times that Fields should have went to receiver 1 and he went to receiver 3 on a check down instead. Right? So even though they won, the coaches still see that. They see all the missed opportunities. So even though they were still winning, they're going to go and put somebody in who is supposed to start coming into week 1 anyway, who's not going to miss the first week.
So and thank you for bringing me back to this, Keely, because my whole point in that discussion is that Arthur Smith is not great at scheming passing plays. And if he were here, still coaching our team, and he had Kirk Cousins, we wouldn't be as successful with Arthur Smith coaching him as we are. Arthur Smith didn't know how to get the ball in the hands of our playmakers effectively.
Who was going to do it? Who was going to do it?
Who was going to do it where?
In Atlanta, who was going to get the player? Who was going to do this high flying pass offense?
Right now, Zach Robinson is doing it.
No. When Arthur Smith was here, give me the quarterback on the roster that was going to do that.
I mean, I think I already made the case that when he was here, he didn't utilize that. But you said that if Kirk was here, Arthur would be doing just as well with him, and I said he would not.
Here's what you're saying. You're saying he cannot scheme some passing offense, right? That's your claim. When he already did it before he came here. Tannehill had arguably the best seasons of his career.
Tannehill was still. I remember when Desmond Ridder was at Cincinnati. And I made the point, his senior year, when we were coming into that season where I knew we were going to be taking a quarterback to replace Matt Ryan, I said I could see, and this was even before Arthur Smith was hired here. I wanted him to become our head coach because he was the number 1 sought-after offensive coordinator in the NFL going into that offseason. And I said I could see him using Desmond Ridder in the mode of Tannehill.
You're the only person
because
that saw
he was
that.
as much a runner of the ball as he was a thrower of the ball. Kirk
And that's
Cousins
and
is
that's
zero runner of the ball. Y'all all admitted that. Like John
Look at
said,
that
he's a statue back there.
echo to it.
well,
Yeah,
one.
I'm getting that. That's me, but real bad, man.
Y'all
And
getting an
since-
Can I
echo?
go out?
Yeah,
John, can I go out and come back in?
I'm not hearing an echo. Yeah, go out and come back in.
I can
Oh,
hear it too. I can hear it too, Keely.
Okay, can you hear? Am I echoing?
No, you're
No,
clear.
no, you're
Keely's
clear.
clear. I'm hearing myself echo.
Okay. Yeah, go out and come back in. I'll bring you back in.
All right. Thank you, brothers.
Yeah, we're gonna have to revisit. But Ritter wasn't a great passer of the ball at Cincinnati.
It is still echoing. But this is. I'm cool with all of that. What I'm saying is, Keely, you made this point, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. Pittsburgh was winning, and listen to me, Patty. Pittsburgh was winning, and still made a change at quarterback. Why? Because coaching seen something and decided to do something about it. Where is that change for us? That's what I'm saying. We're not seeing that. We're not getting any of that. It's literally we're driving the car straight into the same wall that we have crashed into 7 times.
Now, okay. Now I've listened. Hey, Red Swarm, you back?
I'm back, John. Thank you, brother.
Do you hear an echo?
I hear it on mine.
Yeah, everybody's echoing still, John.
I don't understand. Man,
Somebody got to need to hit me.
Well, John, you're clear. I'm not hearing it when you speak.
but something happened with the signal, and I had to fight my way to get back in here, and I don't know what I've done. And you know, all of a sudden it was echoing. Every time I would cut my volume up, it would start echoing. So MW says a couple of us echoing, but let me say this. You got to, like I said, this is the first year with this man. It's first year with him being the head coach, having the general manager that he has, having the players that he inherited from Arthur Smith, along with some people that he brought in. All right. Like I said, I cannot say that this is a Super Bowl ready team because it is not. They have done things that frustrate me beyond description. Okay. Oh, there go Ryan. But they've done some things that frustrate me. All right. Now, this is game 8 coming up, right? This is the 8th game coming up, midway through the season. Correct. We're 4-3 right now. We're 4-3. I'm saying and I'm thinking that even with all of the things that I'm frustrated about, it's way, way too early for me to say good, bad, or whatever. Now, on a game-by-game basis, I'm going to point out the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I think that's what everybody else is doing. We point out the good, the bad, and the ugly about individual games. Now, to a certain extent, trends are starting. And once trends are starting, such as what you alluded to, Coach, about going from a 3-4 to a 4-3 because you don't have the personnel to run a 3-4. See, everybody's going to be held to account at the end of the season or on a game-by-game basis as to how this thing is run. And we got 10 games left. Like Ryan is saying, got 10 games left, and I wanna finish strong. I wanna get into the playoffs. Okay, I want to get into the playoffs, but that's not on my list of things that I was wanting to accomplish this year. I'm just taking this first season, whatever happens, and then when whatever happens, I go and do an assessment of what took place during this season. Okay. Now, Coach Keelan, it may be, and it's quite possible that the things that you guys want to changing may be our Achilles heel, not just this year, but for the next few years, as long as he's here. You know, that is quite possible. That is quite possible. But something that I've got to do, like I say, I'm just waiting. Because see, this is only 8 games in right now. 8 games in. And we are 4-3. I just want to see what happens. I just want to see what happens. Now, that doesn't preclude anybody from criticizing what it is that they see. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what we're supposed to do. Because, like I told you before, I had a problem with the way that the offense was being run. I had a problem with all the mistakes that we were making and the penalties that we collect. But, Coach, one thing I got to tell you about the penalties, the Oakland Raiders led the NFL in penalties, if I'm not mistaken, the year that they won the Super Bowl. That's just the way they work. Penalties, sometimes they are warranted. Sometimes, as you have seen, penalties just going to get called. Penalties just going to get called. And you do. And there are times that this team makes some of the most egregious, just like those 3 false starts in a row. Man, see, man, look here. I'm glad I wasn't at the game because I would have gone down to the field. I would have hopped my happy ass over that rail and went down there to the field and started asking some questions with a 2x2 and a net. Hey, and then and something else, and I'm gonna be quiet. There are 2 fireable sayings that I have. We came out flat. We got out coached. I can't, those 2 things, I don't ever want to hear out of my head coach, assistants, or anybody. If you got out coached, let the people just make the judgment that you got out coached. Don't admit it. Because if you got out coached, maybe you don't need to be here. That's the way I am. You don't need to be. If you got out coached or you came out flat, why wasn't your team ready to play, coach? That's the question I got to ask. Why wasn't your team ready to play? Because that's your job. Your assistant's job, everybody that's on the coaching staff, your quarterback, which is a liaison between the coaching staff and the players on the field on offense. Why were you not ready to play? How did you come out flat? See, I just can't put up with that. I cannot put up with it. I can't accept it. I don't want to hear it. I'm done.
I will just say this as far as my point goes on this whole situation, to end my point. As John said, it's week 8. We have a lot of numbers, a lot of what they call it, analytics. You have a lot of tape. So you know what works and don't work. And the side of a good coach is to change things that don't work. Even if you don't have the talent that other teams have, are you making changes to put your team in the best position to win? If you are not doing that, then you are a terrible coach, in my opinion. So, moving forward, I have seen all I need to see from this situation. The definition of insanity is doing something over and over and over, expecting a different result. We haven't changed anything. The result is not going to change. What we seen last Sunday is going to continue to happen until he makes change. At some point, he needs to be the coach and take over and make some type of adjustment. Period.
Well, Coach, now the thing about that is, if we were 0-7, I could go along with you 100%.
Yeah, that right there, John.
Yeah, y'all keep talking about record. It's not
look,
record.
Coach, that is the be all end all. The record.
But it's not.
But it doesn't tell the whole story, though.
No, it does not tell the whole story. It does not tell the whole story. No, but that's the most important story. The record.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the most important story. It doesn't tell the whole story because, see, hey, you got teams from the beginning of football till now. I mean, just like, and I go back to Carolina and New England in the Super Bowl. The doggone punter, he kicks the ball out of bounds, and New England gets it on the 40. All right.
So hold on, John. If y'all everybody keeps talking about record, right? All right, let's go back to 2016. We went to the Super Bowl. We know how that ended. Okay, let's say this year we go 7-9. Somehow luck up, make to the Super Bowl and win. So you mean to tell me that the 7-9 isn't better than the 13-3 or 12-4 or whatever it was when we was in 2016?
No, there's no way that 7-9 regular season record is better than a 13-3. Because see, thing was, we went 13-3 2 times, 2010.
But we didn't win the Super Bowl. We didn't win what mattered. Who cares about that?
But hold on. Let me finish. But in 2016, we went 10-6.
Oh, whatever it was.
We went 10-6 with a worse record. We went to the Super Bowl with a worse regular season record than we did in 2010 and 2012. In 2012, everybody was saying.
Listen to what I'm saying, though, John. You're going too deep into it. Doesn't matter if it was 10, if it was 10-9 or whatever it was. Does that record matter more because it was better than a 7-9 that went to the Super Bowl and won?
Here's what I think everyone is missing.
It doesn't.
Here's what I think everyone is missing.
Because whatever record that you have that gets you to the playoff, that's when you wipe that record that, like John is saying,
y'all keep talking about records, though.
But the record still counts.
No,
because
everyone is getting confused.
You're misconstruing his words.
Here's what I think
misconstruing his words.
Not at all.
John didn't say your record. He said wins and losses.
Right, wins and losses. Correct.
Okay,
that's a record.
If your wins and losses total up enough to get you in the playoffs, and then you run the slate once you get to the playoffs, and you're the last team standing, it really doesn't matter if your record was a perfect regular season or not.
Y'all are talking about two different things. Y'all are talking about two different things.
Okay,
Keely, wins and losses or record. We're talking about two different things.
No. Wins and losses are records. But Keely, go ahead and say what you're gonna say, and I want to address you.
Talking about two different things.
Okay.
You're right. Wins and losses are important.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking about coaching. Wins and losses alone doesn't tell you if you have a good coach.
That was my point.
Those are two different conversations. Are you trying to talk about? I mean, that is true though. We've seen bad coaches who are proven to have bad coaches win. All right, so for example, we've seen bad coaches win on the strength of a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it. But they were bad coaches. We've seen bad offensive coordinators like Adam Gase got credit for Peyton Manning going crazy in Denver and then got a job to go to Miami. He was a terrible coach the whole time.
Okay.
So we're talking about two conversations. Yes, the only thing that matters for a team and a franchise is wins and losses. However, if the conversation about is whether a team is a good coach or not, wins and loss doesn't tell the whole story. Because you had great coaches that had losing records. Bill Belichick did not start off with a winning record.
And you're right. You're absolutely right.
That's what my point. There's two different conversations being had. So when people get like distracted by the whole wins and loss conversation, you're not having a head coaching conversation at that point.
Well, now I can't. You cannot discount the head coaching conversation, because isn't a coach judged in a lot of circles by the win and loss record, by the championship record?
Have we seen great coaches start off their careers with bad teams and bad records?
Say that one more time, Keely. One more time.
Was Belichick a great coach in Cleveland?
I would say no.
Did Don Shula win?
I would say no.
Was Pete Carroll a great coach first off?
How many Super Bowls did Don Shula win?
Was Pete Carroll considered a great coach at his first stop?
No, the answer is no.
No. And how many Super Bowls did Don Shula win? Yet Belichick is still chasing his win-loss record.
Again, you're comparing apples to oranges.
We're not going to complain about a guy with 6 rings.
You're comparing apples to oranges.
Yeah, that's my point.
No, your point is wrong, brother.
Because see, this is the thing. The hierarchy for players as well as coaches is championships first. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. If you disagree, let me know. Championship. If you look at Bill Belichick, all right.
But John, Shanahan is considered one of the best coaches in the league. He has 0 rings.
Yes, but
okay, because of what we see him do on the field, we're like, oh, that is a great play caller.
Right. And see, and something else too, gentlemen, is all opinions about who's great, who's bad, who's good. But the thing that justifies you saying that they're good or bad, you have to go to the record. The record is something that you know personalities don't get into it, biases don't get into it. It's straight numbers. It's unfair. It's definitely unfair because there are so many things that can go right and so many things that can go wrong. However, you are judged by your performance in the National Football League.
Right.
You're judged by your performance.
Quinn has a losing record as a head coach, but he was the top candidate this last go round, the last offseason. Because see, just like Arthur Smith, just like everybody else, they are named top candidates because of people's opinions. There may be results. Like Arthur Smith, he had a top 5 offense, right? So it wasn't necessarily a win-loss thing. They saw the result.
Oh man!
Even if Tennessee had a bad defense or a bad team, they still saw the results of what he did on the offense.
Okay.
Can I make a final point? I know I'm just like I said, I'm not a regular. I listen to the show.
Oh man, come on, man! Look! It's just good to have you. And man, come on in here and say what you want to say, man.
Hey, John, mute your mic real quick for a second.
You know, Coach, I don't know if it's me or not. I know I came when that killed it right there.
Yes, John.
Yeah.
His sound is up too high. You gotta turn your sound down, John, or use a headset or something.
How about that?
How about that? I have really enjoyed this stimulating conversation tonight, fellas. I just want to say this real quickly. I think part of and I'm not trying to contest what y'all are saying, guys, because I have my share and I feel they're warranted and fair. But most of my concern lies on the defensive side of the ball, whether it be X's and O's or Jimmy's and Joe's. But I think one of the things that I am, much like Coach, giving Raheem and all of the coaches grace for, because number one, it's a totally new regime. It's different schemes in many ways. So I think that you have to afford them time. And I think partly, at least what I'm hoping, because I'm starting to get some anxiety, just like I'm hearing you guys express about not seeing significant or even probably minimal change to this point, because the games, even in our victories, they've been too close. Some of them really have been gifted to us. Let's be honest about it. But I think sometimes coaches, they're inside, and Coach, I know you know this from having coached. You know that player is putting it together along with the scheme that you have devised, and they might be a tick or two off from being able to complete that play. So I'm hoping that what we'll see over the next couple of weeks, while we're facing some teams that are banged up, we're getting to that point in our schedule that was supposed to be the easier part of our schedule. I actually thought that we might go 0-3 our first 3 games. I was going to be happy if we went 1-2, which we did. I never thought that we would be undefeated in our 3 division games. So I'm gonna tell you, man, I'm pleased with where we stand right now. But teams that I thought that wouldn't give us a run for the money, like Washington, like Minnesota, on the back end of our schedule, those teams looking pretty doggone good right now. So,
Right. And do you have confidence in this coaching staff to change anything that we currently do? Because currently, as constructed right now, we'll get dog walked by both of them. So moving forward, do you think that he will make any type of changes? Are you confident? Would you bet your house that he will make any type of changes to put us in a better position to win those games?
because it's a new regime, I don't know, Coach. I'm hopeful.
And that's a sign of a
because we
bad
can't.
coach.
Our defense, the way that it's playing right now. Now, I'm gonna say this: after not having been to the playoffs in 7 years, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna be happy if we win the division and go to the playoffs. I have no expectations of an NFC Championship appearance or a Super Bowl appearance. Not this year. I'll be overjoyed if we get there. But what I do know is this, and I'm sure y'all agree with me on this: defense wins championship, and we don't have a championship defense. Point blank, period.
Now we got to fight. Now we got to fight.
No. John, let me say, they're not playing like it. They're not playing like it. Now, Justin Simmons added, I thought Matt Judon was good to go along with Grady and Dio in the middle of the defense to let the young guys develop behind them. I like some of the moves they made. But really, man, it's not translating on the field. So I have to agree with Coach and with Keely that, the coaching is in question. The schemes are in question. And if you think that we're going anywhere with being last in the NFL and getting pressures and sacks, you sadly mistaken. It's just a matter of time before we get sadly even more exposed than Seattle exposed us with Geno.
Yes, Caleb Williams, not Caleb Williams, the boy from the Commanders, run about Jaden Daniels, get about 600 yards running on the ground against us.
Hey, Coach, you need to stop predicting stuff, because see, now your predicting track record is kind of bad this week, man. You know what I'm saying? you know that. But hey, we're heading to 4 hours, gentlemen, and I have a splitting headache. I don't know. I think I need to get another tooth pulled. And since I'm echoing so much, Winston, could you shut it down for me, sir? Because I don't want to be echoing everything and all that. But I'm going to allow my co-host shut it down, and he'll be running the show next week. That's right. That's your assignment. You running the show next week.
John,
you have to ride herd. You have to ride herd on all of these cattle right here, boss.
Hey man, I apologize. I dozed off earlier, man.
Yeah, I know it. I saw you. You wasn't here.
I way back in the cut. I was sitting there. It was sounding good. But first and foremost, I want to thank everybody for coming through. Everybody on the panel, I appreciate y'all giving us y'all time, y'all insight. We'll go around and let everybody shout out themselves, what they got going on. I guess who that down in the bottom right corner? That James? This Antonio.
That I think that's Red.
Is it Red?
Yeah, he sleep, whoever it is. He been asleep for a while.
Oh, look. Well,
I think I heard him snoring earlier.
You heard him snoring?
Just a little bit. Just a little
Antonio,
bit.
No. That gives him an F.
That's probably Antonio then.
All right. Well, we'll start off with Red Swan. What you
appreciate
got
it, man. I appreciate you, brother. Listen, like I said, man, I normally my work precludes that. I miss sometimes a lot of the ability to be able to come up. But I thank y'all, brothers, man. One thing I will say about y'all's podcast that I really like, and the brothers that are on here, man, lot of football knowledge. And me being 57 years old at this stage, being a senior up in here, man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. All that nonsense, I don't really get down with. I like to hear and talk to fellas who know football, particularly Falcons fans who go back to 1985 like me, who know something about the history of this football team. Ken Tippins, just to throw y'all a name, was my high school teammate at Cook County High School in Adel, Georgia, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Not name dropping, but just to say how deep and how far back my history goes, man. So went to Valdosta State with Jesse Tuggle, man. So I love this team, man, and I know you brothers do too. We want to see the best team and the best product out there on the field. And listen, man, I'm excited for this year. Sometimes, and I'm trying to be quick, guys, but I'm so excited, man, because sometimes when you look at championship runs and you go back and look at the year that was for that team, even with the Saints, the Aints, which I, just like y'all, detest, everything fell into place, even with Katrina for them boys that year. And I don't wish injuries on nobody, man. Like I say, man, because these guys are real men. They have families, they have livelihoods. But what happened down in Tampa with them having to face us on Sunday, man, I'm just simply saying I'm not counting it or gloating as luck. But those are the sort of things you look back on the season and you say, wow, everything fell into place for those guys. So let's just hope we can get the things that need to be corrected, that we start to look like the powerful team that we all want our team to look like. And, man, rise up, brothers.
All right. Who that? Hey, Keely.
Yep.
Go ahead. Shout yourself out. Let people know what you got going on.
I don't have nothing going on, but I test every Wednesday. And that's it.
All right. Tired of bringing it on home, but
Tired, are you still there?
Still up.
Tired might have fell asleep. Man.
I think that's another one down for the count.
Okay, that's another F. That's a visiting F. He came from Central Georgia to get this F.
Well, thank everybody.
Red sleep. Okay.
Shout out to Larry, man. Shout out to the Dixon way.
My fault, y'all. My bad.
Oh, you bet.
Yeah, I was always here, but I had my mic on mute. My fault, y'all.
All right, go ahead. Shout you out. Shout yourself out.
Yeah. Well, first I appreciate y'all bringing me up, Winston and also John. Man, it was a great show tonight, man. Shout out to everybody on the panel, Coach, Keely, Tonio, Red, Big Ron, Thomas. Trying to make sure I'm forgetting about it. Everybody, man, it was a great show. And James, yeah. To the Alabama guy, C-Dub also.
Oh yeah. C-Dub.
Yeah.
Tell Coach he gonna get flamed again if we have another Waffle. If we have a Waffle House Friday. just get some SPF 300 because you're gonna get flamed again.
Yeah, we on definitely on deck for Friday. Also, shout out to my guy Red Swarm, man.
One love,
Good,
Toddy.
yeah, good. You come up, man. You gotta come up and rap with us more often, bro.
Yes,
You
sir.
know, so we do this every Wednesday and every Friday, as you know. So, man, don't never hesitate to hit that link and come up and rap with your brothers, man. But y'all can find me everywhere on social media at Atlanta Bird Game. Appreciate it, fellas.
So enough. Shout out to the chat. Everybody came through the Dixon way. If y'all ain't subscribed to him, subscribe to him. Run up the comments and the like. You know what I'm saying? MW, the franchise player, Wallace, stunts. Yeah, they had a whole bunch of them on this good evening. Ryan with the Bird Cave, subscribe to him. Definitely subscribe to him. Great content over there. Millie Mills, Swarm already on the screen with it. Jamal Red, and he's sitting there snoring in the background. And I mean, that's about it. Uncle Steve for stopping through too. Definitely appreciate it. And that's about it. John, you got anything else to give him?
Well, anything that I say once is going to be echoed twice. So thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight. This is the longest running show in show business. Got you, Tidy. Yeah, because hey, we want everybody to feel welcome, just like a man here, Red Swarm. Hey, man, like I said, and like Tidy said, don't be a stranger. We discuss football, especially Falcons football, because look, you got 50-some years, I got 65 with them. And the hospital is telling me I'm going to have to cut them loose. So my time is running out to care about this. So I'm trying to put all the time in that I can to talk about this. And, hey, Coach, if you still here, we going to get you, Coach. We going to get you. You ain't got to wait. We going to get you. You got one day to get yourself together. All right. Larry is making sure to let me know that the Hawks are on top of the Eastern Conference. I wonder how many teams didn't play tonight. Oh, Lord. But, hey, thank you, Hawks. I'm glad you won tonight. Keep doing that same thing you've been doing. And, guys, have a good night. You guys be careful. Stay away from McDonald's because them quarter pounders will kill you.
Yeah, man.
And they done hurt me, boy. I used to love them. At any rate, I've made hamburger.
That's usually the only thing I get from them.
Yeah, man. But gentlemen, I guess somebody gonna have to call Red and tell Red to cut the phone. Well, it'll be dead in the morning. Don't worry.
You'll find out.
All right. Bye, guys.